him because someone had taken my duty. Karibu.
Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala nabiyina Muhammad wa ba'd. Sifa kwa ukamilifu ni zake Mwenyezi Mungu Subhanahu, na rehma na amani zimfikie kiongozi wetu Abul Qasim. Tukiingia moja kwa moja kwa neno la Mwenyezi Mungu, tunawapongeza sana walimu wetu kwa sababu Qur'an inatufunza ya kwamba mwanadamu anapozaliwa anazaliwa na ujinga. Hakuna mwanadamu anayezaliwa na elimu. Na nyinyi walimu, mchango wenu ni mkubwa ambao kwamba mnapambana na huu ujinga ambao kwamba amezaliwa nao mtoto. Na ndio maana katika dini yetu Mwenyezi Mungu aya ya kwanza aloiteremsha kwenye Qur'an alituambia Iqra, soma. Kwa hivyo tutazidi kuwakumbuka na mchango wenu mkubwa katika taifa letu, na tutazidi kuwaombea Mwenyezi Mungu awazidishie hekima, Mwenyezi Mungu awazidishie busara, Mwenyezi Mungu awazidishie maarifa kwa mchango mkubwa ambao kwamba mnaufanya wa kuwalea watoto wetu na kizazi chetu na generation ambayo kwamba tunaitarajia itasongeza taifa yetu mbele. Tutumie muda huu kumkabili Mwenyezi Mungu Subhana na kuombea kikao kama hiki, ikiwa ni siku ya pili. Mwenyezi Mungu azidi kukibarikia. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim وتب علينا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. يا معلم إبراهيم علمنا ويا مفهم سليمان فهمنا. ربي زدنا علما وارزقنا فهمه برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. وصل اللهم على نبينا وحبيبنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Ande kwa ya mahombi, Makime Bishop anapokuja, tafadhali tuwache kuzungumza. Ni wakati wa maombi, na wakati Sheikh anaomba kuna watu wanazungumza. Tafadhali remind your friend that we are praying. Remind your friend that we are in a prayer mood. Kindly.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, our reflection today, as we get to pray, looking at our theme, we have three elements. One is celebrating achievement. Number two, strengthening leadership. And number three, shaping the future of learning. Citing on number two, strengthening leadership. We are all leaders. Now I want to quote Prophet Jeremiah chapter number 3 verse 15, where God says through that prophet, I will give you shepherds or leaders according to my heart. That is what God says, according to my heart. And they shall feed you with knowledge and understanding. Leaders, I want you to know, number one reason why God gives you a chance to lead is that you may lead from the perception and perspective of His will. Number two, you are called a leader as a shepherd to feed. So that means you have the heart of care and concern. And number 3, you are feeding people, you are leading with those 2 things, knowledge and understanding. We know very well that knowledge, it has to do with the skills, the abilities. But when you come to understanding, it is actually the technical know-how. It is one thing to know what to do, and a different thing altogether to know why and how to do it. Leaders, I'm challenging us today. Can we desire to lead? Because according to John Maxwell, he says that the reason why a leader is given a position by God, it is to ensure that he transforms the people under him to become what God desired them to do. So transformation is our calling, and we must apply this knowledge and understanding. Did you know that knowledge and understanding will give you the platform to operate with the wisdom? When understanding comes, it is the link between knowledge, because knowledge is the awareness, but wisdom is the interpretation of that knowledge. How you live with your society, what you do with the community that God has given you, will write the underline of your wisdom. So I encourage us that we may value leadership. I want us to be upstanding so that we say this prayer together. Yes, I see the team. Yesu mwana zambe bamoizera. Yesu mwana zambe bamoizera. That is the Rigara. Na zambe bamoizera. Yesu mwana zambe bamoizera. Yesu mwana zambe bamoizera. Yesu mwana zambe. Yesu mwana zambe bamoizera. Yesu mwana zambe bamoizera. Yesu mwana zambe bamoizera. Yesu mwana zambe. Haya, wale ambao hawashiki mara wanasema waboi, but anyway, let's bow for a word of prayer. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you so much. We appreciate this morning. We appreciate the moment we have gathered here. Lord, as Sheikh has put it, the Lord, you have given teachers the opportunity to fight with this ignorance that is even in the communities. We also pray that you may sharpen our leadership. Give us the grace, empower us with the knowledge, skills, and understanding. Father, because we have been given a huge responsibility to transform communities. As the leaders today, we pray that you give us even that eyesight, the focus, and the vision that will help transform the people under our responsibilities, not only in schools, but also in the communities where we reside. God, we pray for the day. We ask you, Lord, to bless all the facilitators, giving us grace from wherever we are coming from. We pray for journey mercies. And we thank you, Father, because by the end of it all today, we will hold our faith together to tell you thank you. Blessed be your name, Jehovah God, for this is our humble prayer of faith in the name of God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. God bless you.
The national anthem. Let's be upstanding for the national anthem.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you. Let's be seated. Allow me to invite our National Secretary, Madam Irene Yaile, to read us through the recap of yesterday's proceedings. Madam Yaile. Welcome.
Our distinguished guests, NEB members present, members of the National Governing Council present, our leadership from grassroots to the national present, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Habari ya asubuhi. Melala namna gani? Thank you so much. Allow me to read a recap of the activities that we undertook yesterday before we start our day today. So this is day one rapporteuring report for the Kepsha 2025 National Annual General Conference, date 10th Monday, November 2025. The 2025 Kepsha Annual General Meeting and Conference, karibia sana, amuski. The 2025 Kepsha Annual General Meeting and Conference was called to order at 8:30 a.m. by Mr. Nicodemus Musioka, the Kepsha Publicity and Organizing Secretary. Sheikh Abu Butada and Dr. Bishop David Makimei led the opening prayers, followed by the Kenyan and East African community anthems. At 9 a.m., Madam Irene Yaile, National Secretary, officially convened the conference. Mr. Meshak Roche, Vice National Chairman, officially welcomed the delegates and outlined the key security and housekeeping protocols to be observed throughout the conference. Mr. Fuad Ali Abdallah, Kepsha's National Chairman, warmly welcomed the delegates to the 2025 conference. The chairman introduced the Kepsha national officials, regional coordinators, National Executive Board members, the Secretariat, and the National Governing Council, comprising county chairs and NEB representatives. He acknowledged the sub-county officials for their vital role in mobilizing members as well as strategic partners for supporting Kepsha's transformative journey. Let a moment of silence in honor of the late Mr. Johnson Zioka, former Kepsha chairman, and the late Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. He commended members for successfully steering the CBE up to grade 9. Further proposed rebranding of Kepsha to Keksha, that is Kenya Comprehensive School Heads Association, to better reflect the evolving comprehensive school structure under the new education system. Madam Irene Yaile presented a recap of the 2024 AGM, which was proposed for adoption by Mr. Omengo Martin, Sego Township, from Sego Township Primary, and seconded by Mr. Ngoitiko Koileken from Masai Mara University Model School. Mr. Roche then presented a breakdown of the day's program, guiding the delegates on the session floor for clarity of the scheduled events. Several Kepsha partners showcased their products and services, including CBC Manenos, Urasa Africa, Makini Arts Production, and Distinction Publishers. Mr. Vincent Okumu, of Oxford University Press emphasized the need to strengthen literacy as a foundation for empowering learners in the digital era. A panel discussion moderated by Sam Otieno from Zizi Afrik Foundation explored the topic, leveraging partnership to deepen the impact of competency-based education, that is CBE. Panelists included Dr. Bishop David Makimei, Mr. Silas Obutsa, the National Parents Association Chairman, Mr. Rami Aladi, Ed Tokis, Mr. Kiarie Kamau from Kenya Publishers Association, and Madam Nyambura Thiongo from Reli, Kenya. Mr. Laban Molonko, CEO of the Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority, that is UFA, highlighted the authority's mandate, revealing Kenya shillings 40.7 billion in unclaimed and cash and Kenya shillings 60 billion in shares. He urged school heads to help sensitize communities about reclaiming dormant assets. Mr. Alan Oginga of Basic Needs, Basic Rights Kenya presented the Youth First Kenya program, now reaching over 247,000 learners and 3,800 teachers across 10 counties in partnership with Kepsha and the Ministry of Education. Mr. Maru Mumbe of CIC Group shared insights of education-focused insurance solutions, including medical, accident, and retirement covers designed for teachers and school communities. Madam Carol Misiko of Old Mutual underscored the importance of integrating financial education into school programs to break intergenerational cycles of poverty and debt. Mr. Timothy Mwiti of Moran Publishers presented the company's latest educational materials, after which the Kepsha chairman, Mr. Ford Ali, officially launched the Junior Primary Atlas. Madam Naomi Ndele of KCB Group Limited outlined banks published academicians as well as a cancer and mental health survivor shared her powerful personal journey, one shaped by resilience, diversity, and faith. She reflected on how overcoming adversity inspired her to transform personal challenges into lifelong commitment to service and mentorship. Madam Ann Kiilu, the Coast Regional Director of Education, warmly welcomed the school heads to Mombasa for the national AGM, encouraging them to use the opportunity to learn, network, and share best practices that will strengthen leadership and advance the goals of CBE in their schools. At 1:20 p.m., Mr. Fuad Ali, the Kepsha National Chairman, delivered his keynote address, highlighting 6 key milestones in the CBE rollout. One of them was strengthen curriculum awareness and career guidance. Number 2, invest in infrastructure and digital ecosystems. Number 3, enhance teacher capacity and employment. Number 4, promote equitable transition and placement. Number 5, secure predictable financing for CBE implementation. And lastly, deepen parental and community engagement. The Kepsha chairman reaffirmed the association's commitment to supporting education reforms and empowering school leaders as catalysts of quality learning outcomes. At 1:56 p.m., the Kepsha chairman led the National Executive Board in launching Legacy and Stewardship, a commemorative publication celebrating Kepsha's leadership and service journey over the years. Dr. Merali, representing His Excellency Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasir, Governor of Mombasa County, officially welcomed delegates to the county and conveyed the governor's apologies for his absence, assuring them of his attendance later in the week. The day's proceedings concluded at 2:05 p.m. with a closing prayer by Dr. Bishop David Makimei. Thank you so much. I hope that is how our proceedings were yesterday. I want to wish you well for our second day of the conference. Asanteni sana.
Makofi mazuri kwa our secretary. Before I call the next speaker, I want to make some few announcements. And one is on the seating arrangement. Let's kindly adhere. Let's kindly adhere to the seating directives that are being given by this protocol officer. Kindly. Kindly. Let it not be an offense that the seating arrangement has been made the way it is. Please let's adhere to the seating arrangement. And number two, there is no hawking in the hall or at the tent because of our security. Because anytime someone is passing by, you never know. So kindly, even the photographers, we have photographers inside, so we don't expect to see people moving around in the name of hawking. I'm told, just reminded that we have our KCB stand here, and they are our golden sponsors, and they have a variety of products for the teachers. Kindly take time and visit that stand and see what is happening there. At the same time also we have Gravity. Gravity is here courtesy of Kepsha. It's a stand, Gravity. CBE education is there, wholesale. Kindly find time and see what they are doing. Our main MC, I see naona umefika.
Asante sana.
Karibu.
Nashukuru.
Ili tuzungumze 1 2, I want to request very fast. Wabugu wa Kamau, are you here? Wabugu wa Kamau. Very fast.
I'm here.
Endelea sasa.
Isandori mchungaji na mtumishi mwenyewe. Baba unijaze roho niweze kushinda shetani. Baba unijaze.
Asante sana. Habari zenyu walimu?
Walimu wakuu, habari zenu?
Very nice.
Simameni wanangeta.
Utaka wasimame.
Tusimame tuchangamka ya kwanza sasa.
Oh yes.
Simameni, haki ya Mungu. Simameni.
I'm here because of a teacher. Mwalimu alishindwa kutoa ujinga, akaiweka akaongeza.
Wafanye vile nafanya.
Sawa. Afanye vile unafanya.
Everybody 1. 71 plus 1
equals.
Wewe ufanyi?
Isi ninafuata PE. Equals 2 plus 2 equals 4. 4 hivi. Yes, ndio hiyo.
Haya 4 plus 4 equals 8. Wewe si hivi.
So
ni hivi 8. Everybody 8. 8. Give your neighbor high five. Muulize. I like your nose, but my nose is better than yours. Haya, kaeni chini. Sasa tunaenda huko pande ya Mount Kenya, Mlima.
Oh yes, unajua bwana Wambogo, masomo ya 844 kitambo na ndio serikali Kepsha inabadilisha.
Ndio.
Ilikuwa 8 minus 4 minus 4 you get
0.
Hii ndio result.
Yes.
Hata walimu wakiingia kwa class wakifundisha,
kwanza wahesabu walikuwa wabaya sana. Wanafikiria ndio mtoto apite mtihani lazima achapwe.
Oh yes.
Kwani masikio iko wapi?
Iko hapa.
Haiko wapi?
Haiko huku.
Haiko huku chuma. Masikio iko hapa. And that is why they went wrong 844.
And then unajua mwalimu akiingia kwa class huko Karen Lavington, hata vile anafundisha mtoto kwa darasa, unasikia A for apple, B for boy, C for cat, I for iPhone, W for Weetabix. Ukikuja kwa Wangware 8 minus 4 minus 4, mwalimu akiingia unasikia A for apple, B for bonoko, C for shomerea, D for doda, I for idadi, L for Radod amekujia rent mapema. Afadhali kwetu ukienda Kisumu kwa kina baba
kwa kina baba
inakuwa siasa. A for Aguambo, B for broad-based government, C for Supreme Court, D for democracy, I for IBC must go, T for tear gas.
Alafu ya huko Mlima na Mlima,
watu wa Mlima wao ni biashara.
Biashara tupu.
Unasikia A for agriculture, B for biashara,
C for sako,
M for money.
Na sasa ndio tuko hapa.
Unijaze roho niweze kumshinda.
Pigeni makofi. Baba unijaze roho niweze kumshinda. Timu ya mpira ikiitwa Liverpool, nikani itaitwa matumbo pulu. Arsenal. Haya ndio hii sasa. Wewe waambie mambo ya hii kitu. Hii kitu mlinunua sasa zimebaki kidogo. Tunawaletea mahali huko lakini ni 1000 mumalize. Iko na ile ya kuna hii inaitwa pathogonomics. Sema hii ni ya personality. Kuna mwingine ameona sasa anaitwa the fighter. Ukisema hii kama head teacher anakuambia TSC haikubali. Ana fight idea zako zote mpaka mnapata shida. Na hii nyingine monthly planner. Na hiyo zote ziko hapo. Lakini ile kitu ya maana sana, head teacher wengine wakikuja mkutano saa zingine wako smart. Wakienda nyumbani wanalala na kofia imeandikwa Sekenge ni ng'ombe. Hello? Hiyo ni makosa. Na t-shirt imeandikwa Sonko Rescue Team. Hatutaki hiyo. Sasa mkikuja kwa stand yetu ya TSC hapa ya CBC, CBE Center. Hello? Mutapata wigs mzuri. Kwani mnafikiria hii ni pesa ngapi?
Sasa unafanya nini Wambuku?
Hii singetoa.
Uketoa hiki.
Hizi wigs ziko huko mzuri sana.
Hata za wanaume.
Wanaume wanaenda kwa kaunda suit kama hii. Hello? Kaunda suit ndio uniform ya wanaume. Na iko na jamaa anaitwa kaunda man. Na nyinyi mnanunua, wanawake wananunua wig na mapambo yote iko hapo. Kwa sababu lazima tung'are. Na tunataka mjue tofauti ya CBC na CBC na 844. Can you clap once? Snap. Snap. Clap. Snap. Clap. Hiyo ni 844. Twende CBC. Nikisema clap una snap na nikisema snap una clap.
Hapo sawa.
Sasa mtaanza kuchanganyikiwa. Haya watu, prepare mkono. Clap. Unasikia? Hao ni wale hoi walala hoi. Si ndio? Haya. Snap. Clap. Okay. Sasa ndugu zangu, tukimalizia tunasema mnunue hii kitu bila mchezo. Kwa sababu kuna jamaa alizaliwa kimchezo, akaenda shule
kimchezo,
akasoma
kimchezo,
akaanguka mtihani
kimchezo,
akaenda akapata bibi
kimchezo,
akapata watoto
kimchezo
17
kimchezo.
Hao watoto wakakuwa kubwa
kimchezo,
alafu akakuwa mgonjwa
kimchezo,
akapelekwa hospitali wazazi
kimchezo,
akatibiwa
kimchezo,
akakufa
kimchezo,
akazikwa
kimchezo,
alafu akaenda kwa shetani
kimchezo.
Kwa hivyo walimu, tukifanya mambo kimchezo tunaenda kwa shetani. Tufanye mambo be serious. Tufanye mambo kuwa serious ni kununua hii. Mimi ndio naitwa Wambuku wa Kamau, CBC self proclaimed president. Kwa hivyo mjue president amekuja. Hata ule number 1 asipokuja mimi nimekuja.
Wambuku,
asante.
Tukimalizia mimi napenda kuambia Wakenya ukweli. Ukitaka kujua Mkenya ni kabila gani, wacha kushinda umeuliza mtumishi wewe ni Mluya umefaa marangi mingi, Churchill wewe ni mweusi wewe ni Mkamba. Angalia vile mtu amekaa. Angalia vile mtu anatembea utajua ametoka wapi. Ukiona mtu amejishika hivi, huyo ni Mluya amekula amechoka.
Waluya
Waluya milembe.
Hata nilisikia Waluya wakufi. Wanashindwa kukula tu.
Ukiona mtu ameweka mkono kwa mfuko, huyo ni mtu kutoka Central, anajua yule ako karibu sio rafiki, anything can happen.
Na ukitaka kujua course haina pesa, angalia kama kuna Wakikuyu.
Kama hakuna Mkikuyu ama.
Na ukitaka kujua pesa zote ni za Wakikuyu, hebu toa 100 uangalie nani amesaini, kama si Kamau Thuge.
ama Patrick Joroke. Sio
Wafula.
Wafula.
Muluya hapo, angalia pesa yako.
Angalia confirm by the way.
Pesa yote ni ya Wakikuyu. Kwa hivyo mkiniona mnanipea pesa, mnampea mandazi.
Nani utafanya?
Pesa ni yangu.
Unataka nirudi? Na ukitaka kujua mtu ametoka Kisii, angalia ule amesimama fua, anangojea customer amiwa atatokea wapi. Na
tunangojea tufukuzwe leo. Kwani kuna time?
Iko.
Wow. Makofi yao tafadhali, makofi tafadhali. Asante sana. Thank you so much for coming. It's day 2, ready to engage. Asante sana. Tuko hapa na niko na wenzangu hapa na nataka watuambie what stood out for you yesterday. Let me start with this gentleman here. Hello, I'm here. What's your name?
Isaac.
Isaac from which county?
Siaya.
Siaya. Yesterday you were here. What stood out for you that you can remember?
The launch of the act, the book that was launched yesterday by the Kepsha.
Absolutely, the book. Makofi yake tafadhali. Huyo ni Isaac. Asante sana. Niko na mwenzangu pia hapa. What stood out for you? What's your name and which county are you from?
Barasa Moses, Bungoma County.
Makofi ya Moses from Bungoma County. What stood out for you yesterday?
The World Atlas launch was for me.
The Atlas launch. Asante sana. Thank you so much. And if we can kindly just have the camera focus on the Asante sana. Let me come here. Tell us your name and which county you come from.
I'm Madam Hadia from Tana River County. Yesterday I was not around.
Okay, it's okay, but what is your expectation? Why do you think this is important? This event is important?
Okay, as it is my first time to be in Kepsha conference as a head teacher, so I'm expecting to learn more from this conference.
Wow, makofi yake tafadhali. And as we told you yesterday, this event is live on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and that's why we want to make sure that you also speak, because even next year, you can go to the YouTube link and follow, and you will actually see yourself. Let me come here. What's your name?
I'm Webuye Priska from Busia County.
Makofi for Madam Priska tafadhali kutoka Busia County. What stood out for you yesterday?
I was impressed by the guidelines were given by the doctors.
Oh yes, the doctors, absolutely. Thank you so much, Priska. Many thanks. Na naona mwingine hapa amenitizama. Okay, can you see him? Okay, your name, which county, what stood out for you?
I'm Peter Miriti Medika from Meru County. Yesterday event that excited me yesterday. I was pleased by the branding of the Kepsha, from Kepsha to the Kenya Comprehensive School and Teachers Association, whereby the comprehensive school includes all the 3 preschool, the primary and the junior, under the one end teacher.
Wow, makofi tafadhali. And we want to get all your thoughts. So we have the Menti platform once again. Let's have it on the screen. We're asking you what stood out for you. It's the same we used yesterday. So just go to menti.com. That's MENTI.com. Once you get there, you'll be asked for a code. The code is 83124138, and immediately on your phone you will have an opportunity to post what stood out for you. So somebody says, what you don't measure you can't do. The change of the name of Kepsha to Keksha, the setup, the stage, the visuals and audio, very professional. Launch of the Moran publishers. Let's go down. Time management, the doctor's advice, the team doing this conference. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a quiz. Do we have the quiz? Very quickly, just get your phones. Still ready? We had somebody who won, and we'll still call you if you're here. Everything is happening on your phone. So it's very simple questions, everything happening on your phone. And remember, even during the panel discussions, you have an opportunity to post in your questions and comments, and we will capture them. We don't want to leave any voice behind. Every voice must be heard. So let's have the Menti platform very quickly, and then we'll get to the program proper. We do have some amazing sponsors who are going to talk to us shortly. So our winner yesterday, let's go to the winning team, was Millie. Is Millie here? Millie, where are you? If Millie is here, please come. Now everyone get your phones. This is the final one. Another question, another question. So let's move on to the next one. So all you have to do is pick an image and a name. Everything is happening on your phone. And if you become the winner, it will show on your phone. So it's not guesswork. This is what we're talking about. Artificial intelligence. Okay, so let's go. We're about, let's go. Okay, answer quickly to get more points. It's how fast you can use your phone. Okay, what does Kepsha stand for? What does Kepsha stand for? What does Kepsha stand for? Very simple question. Very simple question to get yourself an award this morning. Let's find out. Let's find out. Boom. Now, how do you say Kepsha stands for? Kenya Privileged School Head Teachers Association. Come on. Kenya Private School Association. What? Okay, let's find out who the winner is, ladies and gentlemen. Let's find out who the winner is. And the winner is, and the winner is, and the winner is, and the winner is. Check your phone. Where's Mary Kariuki? Mary uko wapi? Njoo tafadhali, kuna zawadi yako iko. Makofi yake tafadhali. Mary, njoo. We want to give you your gift very quickly as we kick off. Mary, wherever you are, and this applies to everyone, whether you are in the different tents or in here, don't worry, we have you covered. But right now, very quickly, as we wait for Mary, we want to have our first presentation. And we want to appreciate this gold sponsor. Naomba kwa dakika tano, a big round of applause for Oxford University Press. Oxford University Press, you have 5 minutes. Remember, the drill is the same. You have your time. Once you start talking, the timer starts ticking. Once you hear the gong, we'd kindly request that you wind up. Over to you, Oxford University Press.
Hello. Hi. Hello, Walimu. Habari asubuhi. My name is Daisy from Oxford University Press, and I'll just request that we start showing the slides. And I'm going to tell you a little story about how we came to be and what we want to share with you today. So, sometimes in 1954, Oxford University Press was started. So that's more like 71 years ago. And ever since then, we have been providing books for learners across the country. And not only that, with the age of AI, we are excited to mention that we are also very digitally, we support teachers digitally, and we're excited to mention that you can actually come to our stand and be able to have access to the products that you have been developed by Oxford University Press for you and for your learners. I'll just move to the next slide. So the reason why we're here, and that's why you can see the amazing Kamusi and the dictionary, is because we've just come to remind you a bit about our junior school readers. So Oxford Junior School readers are designed using the learning design principles at their core, which means that every story supports meaningful, lasting, and educational outcomes. And we have two. So there's the Kiswahili one, which we call Starlit readers, meaning starting literature, as learners start literature from grade 7. And there's the Mkuu readers, which is a Kiswahili, meaning mradi wa kukuza ubunifu. Our readers go just beyond above storytelling. They activate prior knowledge, they build mastery, and develop key 21st century skills. And I'll just take us through what you should be expecting from the grade 7 readers. In English, every grade 7 learner is expected to study and analyze novellas and oral narratives. In Kiswahili, they're expected to study novellas, that is novella, kwa Kiswahili, as part of fasihi andishi that's the written literature, and they also engage with fasihi simulizi. As you can see on the board, we actually have products that we can actually sell to you today at 25% discount for both Kiswahili and English in grade 7, and these are approved. We also have our grade 8 literature products. Can we move to the next slide? So our grade 8, in grade 8, learners are expected to study and analyze short stories and poetry, and we're very excited because we have our poetry products too, and they'll be focusing on literary elements like theme, tone, and figurative language. And in grade 8, learners explore tamthilia, that's the drama, under fasihi andishi. Walimu wa Kiingereza na Kiswahili tunajua kwamba where we're expected to learn, and we have these particular products that are available for you in grade 8. So tafadhali pitia our stand so that you can have an opportunity to look at them. And then lastly, our grade 9 literature component. In grade 9, they're expected to study short stories and poetry. And in Kiswahili, they're expected to learn the tamthilia. And we have A Log in the Eye, the Roadblock, Kauli ya Leo, Jipe Moyo, all products that are available for literature. So if you are looking for a product for your learners in junior school, grade 7 and 9, don't look further. We have products for you. And also those who are still looking for products that they can also engage with for their KPIL, you can come to our stand, look at the products that you basically have, and be able to choose the best for you. And we have them at 25% discount. And at this particular point, I just want to mention that when you come to our stand, you just don't come and buy items. You also have an opportunity to win, and there's a QR code. I'd just like to request if we can have that QR code right up there for you. So when you scan that QR code, please take your phone, if you have your phone with you. I still have a minute and some seconds, so please take your phone, scan that QR code, and get an opportunity to fill your details. Yesterday, even as I finalized, we had 2 winners who were able to win. And if you're here, please come to the Oxford stand. Chris Osimba from Kandiege School in Homa Bay. You're one of our winners. Makofi to Walimu
Chris. Well done.
Ai, Walimu. Makofi.
Makofi tafadhali. Asante sana.
Asanteni sana. And Esther Chepkwet from St. John Kabongo in Wasingishu. And lastly, can we play our launch video as we end?
Okay, let's have the launch video.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to launch our junior school readers. Ndio mkumbuke kesho. Ladies and gentlemen, the Oxford Junior School Readers for grade 7, 8, and 9 available at our stand. You can see all of them in Kiswahili, English, Mwalimu Sipitwe. Kindly clap for us, tafadhalini.
Makofi tafadhali, Oxford University Press. Thank you so much indeed. There we go. There we go.
There we go.
Excellent. Asante sana. Many thanks. Many thanks.
So please pass by the Oxford University Press stand. Come, let's get the 25% discount. And when you come to Oxford, tunakuletea vitabu shuleni. Hawendi nazo, you have you covered. Thank you so much.
Asante sana, makofi yao tafadhali. Thank you so much indeed. Up next, 5 minutes, let's have Kurasa Africa. Kurasa Africa, 5 minutes. Take it away, take it away. Kurasa Africa, please be. And then, of course, we have Moran Publishers. Please be on standby. Museum of Illusions as well. Please be on standby. MKU, KLB, NTSA. Get ready, get ready, get ready. But right now, let's have Kurasa Africa. Take it away, 5 minutes. Asante. Okay, Oxford University still. Well done, well done. Kurasa Africa, take it away. 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, so good morning. Good morning. Habari asubuhi. Hello. Okay, so once again, it's me, William Guru, and I'm better known as Mtoto wa Mwalimu. And like I always say, shule ni mwalimu. Shule ni mwalimu. So yesterday we were saying that what you don't measure you can't improve. What you don't measure, you can't improve. Okay, so today I've come with Mwalimu mwenyewe, the teacher from Omol Primary, and she'll be telling you her story in all the way from West Pokot. Let's move to the next slide, please. Yeah, so these are some of the schools that we have highlighted that we wanted to showcase at the tent. But if you're from any of these schools, please come and see us from the tent. But in the meanwhile, I want to invite Mwalimu, briefly 1 minute, just talk about.
Okay, Kurasa Africa has enabled the teachers to prepare lesson plans at a click of a button, where the strands, the substrands, and the outcomes are at a press of a button. They are also in a position to assess the learners in every strand and a substrand, with all the outcomes that are required to be tested. We also have an examination which we do across the country, that all of us participate, and then all our scores are uploaded there, and then you can be able to measure yourself countrywide. At the same time, we also have report cards for the learners. As soon as we finish our examinations, we upload our marks into the system, where the ready-made report cards are generated. At the same time, our parents can access what our learners are doing in school, because our parents are also connected, and they are able to follow and track the performance of their learners in every other topic they are undertaking in school.
So before you go, Mwalimu, just before you go, I wanted us to celebrate Mwalimu, because in your magazine, if you have your magazine on page number 23, you will be able to read her story, and a very key reason why I wanted us to celebrate her. She was able to raise, should I say it, 106 million shillings. Hello? Hello? She's been able to raise 106 million shillings for her inspiring leadership in West Pokot. And part of this is courtesy of her digitization work that we have been working together.
Wow.
And so even if you're coming from far, whether you're coming from us or regions or in the cities, please know that you can, like our bishop told us, we have the ability to transform. And this is an opportunity to create that highlight. So I want us to just clap for her. 1, 2, 3, let's go.
Well done.
Please, let's clap for her. Well done, Mwalim, congratulations. So, so just like she mentioned, the value is also for the parents, and they're able to receive a report for how they have performed. So this is Mwalimu Insight, and we have a registration at the desk. And a lot of you had already done for this term, so please come and make your orders for first term. We shall be doing it around mid-term in 2026. So this is for grade 4 up to grade 9. So like I said, it's a benchmarked standardized assessment that we are able to serve. It will be delivered to your school as a physical paper, and we do it together at the same time. And once you upload your scores, you are able to receive the following reports that I'll be showing you. So over and above this, all these people who will take up the Mwalimu Insight product, the paper that we'll be serving, we will not be charging you extra to use our platform. So just take note of that advantage, and you will have the lesson planning, the attendance, the scheming, and all that from the curriculum absolutely free. So this is the impact in numbers. We have already impacted 147,000 learners and 11,000 parents. Next. So you are getting a sample of a class report. This is what I wanted you to see. The report shows you what your learner performed. For instance, this one got 87, was performing at 88%. Then they're able to see the national average. And if you are a sub-county chair or a county chair and you'd like to organize,
we can be able to give you that analysis as a group, let's say as a sub-county, and you're able to see how you have performed. Thank you so much. And then you will get a class report, a school report, and a learner report that looks like this, all the way to the strand and to the substrand. Thank you so much, Mr. Mwakazi. I wanted us to show just the contact, how you can take our contacts. So please dial *483 *2008 hash. And this is a QR code you can use. Just register. Tell us your school. Tell us what is the number of learners that you are looking at for next year, and we shall be reaching out. And we also have a conference offer for 60 shillings. Next year we shall be taking it at 100 shillings. Thank you so much, and sorry for the time.
Kurasa Africa, asante sana, makofi yao tafadhali. Thank you so much. Up next, Moran Publishers. Muko wapi? Moran Publishers. 3 minutes. 3 minutes because of time. Absolutely, 3 minutes. Once you start talking, the timer starts ticking. Thank you so much, Moran Publishers. Go ahead.
Good morning, Walimu. Kindly wave at me. We are both shaping futures. Sisi tunaitwa Moran Publishers na nyinyi munaenda Kepsha. So nikisema Moran Publishers, mnasema Kepsha. Moran Publishers. Moran Publishers. Nikisema Kepsha, mnasema Moran Publishers. Kepsha. Asanteni sana. We have our national Sales and Marketing Manager, Geoffrey Lijodi. We told you yesterday, we have more products. Kindly be upstanding. No, clap for him. Ladies and gentlemen, karibu sana, Lijodi.
Morning, our teachers. My name is Geoffrey Lijodi. I'm a teacher by training, a marketer by profession. So I'm very excited to be here on behalf of Moran Publishers to thank you very much for your support. Today, we are here with different news. We are the only publisher who does research in your schools, and we come up with materials that support in teaching and learning. Today, I'm here to say this. We have the Moran Science Charts and Moran Integrated Science Chart for primary and for junior schools. The only approved science charts in the curriculum today. In all the publishing houses, we are the only one who has come up with these charts, and they are approved by KCB. These science charts are very critical in teaching science. Why? One, they are very well detailed with content that will help our learners. And what we are saying, again, they are content that is interactive, that will keep our learners enjoying the science. And then they are very easy to use because you only need to flip these charts. So they come in 2 volumes for grade 4, 5, and 6. Volume 1 has parts of a plant, parts of a flower, a cross-section of the flower, and many more. And Volume 2 has a human elementary canal, the human breathing system, human circulatory system, types of human teeth, and examples of vertebrates. We have gone ahead and also been approved in junior with our junior school integrated science charts. The most important thing about this is that we have the atomic element, and also we have the periodic table. Our teachers are using periodic tables that they buy on the streets that are not approved, that are used in high school. So we are encouraging you, please come to our stand and get an opportunity to buy these charts. For those with KPIL funds, please come to our stand. Last but not least, we would wish to recognize Mwalimu Isaac from Siaya and Mwalimu Barasa from Bungoma, please, and our MC. Please, just come forward. Mwalimu Isaac and Mwalimu Moses, come and receive our umbrellas. Mwalimu Isaac and Mwalimu Moses.
Mwalimu Isaac and Mwalimu Moses.
The one who said they enjoyed the launch of our atlas yesterday.
Wow,
please.
yes. Karibu
Mwalimu
pate
Isaac
zawadi
and
yako.
Moses from Siaya and from Bungoma.
Well done.
And our MC, you are doing a good job. You are rarely recognized.
Thank you so much.
Please come forward. We have something for you.
All right, thank you so much. Many thanks. Really appreciate.
Yes.
Okay, makofi tafadhali. Thank you so much, Moran Publishers. We appreciate you. Asante sana. In the meantime,
please receive from our GM.
Asante
Please
sana.
receive our umbrellas from our GM Timothy Mwita.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And Mwalimu
Moses.
Yes.
Karibu sana Bwana Moses.
Ngoma, please come forward.
Thank you so much.
And our MC for the good job you are doing.
Nashukuru sana. Thank you so much for the appreciation. Really appreciate. Asante sana Oxford. Moran Publishers. Kabisa. Hey, Moran. Kabisa.
Asante sana.
Nashukuru sana. Makofi yao tafadhali.
Discount at
Thank you so much,
is
Moran.
at 30%.
Well done, Moran. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, I really want to find out what this is all about. I know about museums, but I've never heard of Museum of Illusions. Let's find out. Ha 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 ha.
Good morning, Kepsha leaders, educators, and partners. This is Museum of Illusions, Nairobi, a new museum that has come to Kenya, and it's a global museum. So I want us to do a fun drill. I want you to say, learning meets innovation. Everybody, learning meets innovation. Thank you. It's truly a pleasure to be here today, representing a space built on the belief that learning should evoke wonder, curiosity, and imagination. The Museum of Illusions, Nairobi. Our museum opened in January 2025 as the third of its kind in Africa, joining a global family of over 60 museums dedicated to blending science, creativity through play and innovation. Since then, we have welcomed many learners, each one reminding us why interactive education matters. When students walk through our doors, they enter a world where physics, mathematics, perception, psychology, and creativity come alive. At the museum, students don't just observe concepts, they experience them. They find themselves growing, then shrinking inside one of our exhibits called the Amaze Room. And here they discover size, perception, and angles, questioning their sense of balance in the vortex tunnel. Then they go on to explore endless reflections in the infinity room, which demonstrates reflections and light behavior and discovering science behind illusions in our hologram gallery. And this hologram gallery introduces visual communication and optics. Exhibits like the tilted room, anti-gravity room, and head on a platter spark lively conversations about perspective, gravity, and how our brains process what we see. These moments turn abstract classroom ideas into real, unforgettable experiences. Our connection with the education community goes far beyond classroom learning. This year, we strengthen that commitment by planting 200 trees through our partnership with Kepsha. I think if you go to the Kepsha magazine, you'll see this. We planted 100 trees at Nanyuki Garrison Primary and 100 trees here in Mombasa,
this Sunday at Bamburi Primary School. This contribution reflects our belief that education goes beyond the classroom. It includes nurturing young people to care for their environment, think creatively and responsibly. We are grateful to Kepsha's leadership for welcoming us and allowing us to be part of this impactful moment. So, as school holidays continue, we are also inviting you, some of you who are parents, and also students who could be in this room, to continue exploring with us. Drawing to a close, we are excited to strengthen this partnership with Kepsha and collaborate on more initiatives that inspire, empower, and support learners across Kenya. Thank you for welcoming the Museum of Illusions Nairobi into your education ecosystem. We invite every school represented here to partner with us in creating learning experiences that spark imagination and transform understanding. We have distributed flyers and I can see they are acting as good fans. Yes, and helping with the heat. So those flyers have our address, contact details, and website information. So you can learn more and book an unforgettable visit for your students.
Right.
We truly value the role schools play in shaping future thinkers and innovators. Asanteni sana, and we look forward to welcoming.
Thank you so much. Makofi out of Adali. Museum of Illusions. Very quickly, let's have KLB. KLB, 3 minutes. KLB, 3 minutes. KLB, where are you? 3 minutes. Then after that, NTSA. NTSA, please be on standby. Because of time, today is a loaded program, so we need to move as fast as possible. Remember, Kepsha is the house of order. Take it away. 3 minutes.
Education is the foundation of a brighter future. At Kenya Literature Bureau, we are committed to empowering schools with quality educational materials to shape the minds of tomorrow. Since 1947, Kenya Literature Bureau has been a pioneer in advancing literature and learning across East Africa. Today, as a leading publisher and printer, we work hand in hand with educators to deliver meticulously curated textbooks, revision guides, and general readers that align with the Kenyan curriculum.
KLB books are a staple in our school. The content is well researched, learner-friendly, and fully compliant with KCB standards.
Thank you so very much. Our teachers, our guests for today, this is Kenya Literature Bureau. My name is Justin Koech, your sales and marketing manager. We take pride in being part of this conference. For as many years as possible, when this conference comes around, we are part of you. And this is because you are part of Kenya Literature Bureau. KLB is owned by government, just like you, the schools you manage are owned by government, and so we are together in this to stay. Kenya Literature Bureau, in its quest to have a knowledgeable and inspired society as its vision, we give you quality publications and excellent customer service or customer experience in provision of service. The last image. So Kenya Literature Bureau, in bringing you to be the best you can be, we have published for every market, for every segment. From preschool, we have a product called Skill Grow. For mainstream, we have a product called Visionary. We have for JS Top Scholar, and now moving to the senior, we have the KLB Excelling. And robust of support material, the Atlas, the Kamusis, and so forth. But of interest today is this series, that is the Kepsha revision series, which mirrors the just concluded examination. We've just concluded a national examination, which is reflected in the building of this book. And we encourage you to get a copy and see what possibly were the steps that you possibly may have missed when you're preparing your learners to move to the senior school. This is the KLB Top Scholar KJCR Revision Series for every learning area. And we have done a consolidated grade 7, 8, and 9. And the exam part mirrors the national exam you've just done. As we move, we'll take you to the Excelling Series, KLB Excelling Series, which is the next product. For that, we have a gift, and I have our customer service manager, Mr. Obura, who wants to share with you the gift, which you'll pick as you move to our stand. In the meantime, I want to request that the teachers who are here, and especially the teachers who have access to money, the KPIL team, we want to request you to pass by our station, see what we have. Even the non-KPIL schools, we request you to pass by our station right behind here, and we have got enormous gift for you, Mr. Obura.
Thank you very much. I hear the MC wants me to step down. Just 1 minute. Apologies for that. Mine is simple. To call upon you as our partners in the provision of education solutions in this country to come to our stand. Number one, we have exactly 1,500 Casio vouchers. So you purchase any of our books, you get a voucher, and you have a chance to win yourself a Casio calculator. Number two, if your school is participating in KPIL, please come to our stand and get an opportunity to sample our materials at attractive discounts. Na Mungu awabariki sana.
Asante sana. Thank you so much. Because of time, up next, very quickly, NTSA. Where are you? NTSA, 10 minutes. Our program is loaded with kindly request. If you are a speaker, please even donate some of your time and prepare to just shorten your presentation so that we can do everything that we need to do. Okay, go ahead. NTSA, 10 minutes. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Duncan Kibogong, working with the National Transport and Safety Authority. We'd like to thank the entire leadership of this particular team for this opportunity. I'll be very brief in this presentation. You all know what NTSA is, so I'm not going to dwell on what NTSA is, but basically you all know what that NTSA is. Our mandate basically is on touching on matters road safety. All of us, when we came from where we came from, at some point, one way or the other one, we must have reached the road. And it's always good to see that all of us arrive here safely. But there are incidences whereby people don't arrive here safely, and that is part and parcel of our concern. Yes. There are two gentlemen in front of your slides who have been very instrumental in this wall on different matters. One of them is that gentleman called, can I have a mic? Ban Ki-moon. And basically, he's saying road safety is a shared responsibility. So all of us here who are seated in this hall and those who are not in this hall, out and all of them, have a very big role when it comes to matters road safety, because road safety is indeed a shared responsibility. And to just add up to that, is that we need to work together, and that is what exactly that gentleman called Nelson Mandela is talking about, that indeed, if you want us to go far, then we need to go together. When it comes to road traffic, when it comes to matters road traffic crashes, in the world it's estimated that in excess of 1.2 million people die, and majority of these particular persons are in low and in-up countries where Kenya is, and in particular where we are. And as a matter of fact, these are the numbers we've had in Kenya. We are talking about in excess of 4,000, and majority of these are pedestrians, and as well at the same time the motorcyclists, and I think all of us get to know about that. More importantly is that, and I think that's quite critical in that, is that we do have up to 20%. Up to 20% of the person, and you see it in that particular graph, involved in a road traffic crash are people who are going to school. Some of them are under your hands, and that's why we've come here as NTSA to see how we can work together with yourselves to improve on matters road safety, and I'll be coming back to that shortly, given that the economic cost of road traffic crashes is quite high. We are saying up to 5 to 8% of the GDP is because of road traffic crash. And that is quite huge. It runs into billions of dollars, billions of shillings for that matter. Much of the problem as relates to what causes road traffic crashes, a big percentage, and that's what you're seeing in that particular graph, is human behavior. And this is why it's important, and these are some of the things which can be controlled and changed through the education system. This is an example of a school bus involved in a crash a while back, and a number of people were killed, including school children. This is quite unfortunate. These are people who are very much innocent, not involved at all in some of this, of what is happening. And as we go further, those are just few examples. I'll not go much about this, but this is quite serious. And children are always quite vulnerable in traffic, and I'll be quite brief on why they are actually vulnerable in traffic. One, children are people who are basically your clients. You handle them virtually every other time when you are in school, and much of the time of a child's life is in school. So much so that one of the things is that they have limitation in size. Children at times are not seen, or they don't see quite well in traffic. They have what they call limitations in vision. What it means that they don't see quite far, and at times they get confused in the same breath. They have what they call limitation in hearing. And I think in traffic, whether it's streets in urban areas or streets in, or other roads in the rural areas, children tend to run into a problem to do with the fact that they don't perceive hearing quite well in where their speeds or when their roads are. And then there's of course attention. You know quite well that children are not quite attentive at times, especially when they get distracted, when they are maybe playful and that kind of thing. And then when it comes to judgment also, they get affected. So some of the challenges we have is that children, and much of them are the people you handle, have what you call low visibility in your schools, and that's why we encourage at times to have what you call a reflector jacket. Children at times, is part of the challenge is that they lack supervision as they cross into school, or they go as they enter and as they exit school, and that becomes a challenge. And at times we have some other cases whereby you have the infrastructure around some of your schools are not good, and that's some of the areas we try to address. Then as we speak around that, we are currently working with KCB to introduce road traffic conditioning in schools, and so that now it becomes part and parcel of the school curriculum, issues to do with teaching road safety in schools, among others. So these are some of the challenges. I'll not go through. Lack of designated areas. We don't have what they call school attendants who help children to cross. Low awareness among learners, parents, and teachers, and among others, including high speeds in some of the schools. But as we move forward, and I think I'll not dwell much on that, what is importance of road safety in schools, and I think this is quite critical, is that we need to protect lives. To me, that is quite important, and that is what everyone else wants to do. Then, as we say, children are quite vulnerable. Indeed, a big number, up to 20%, are involved in road traffic crash fatally. So reduce operational costs, promoting school credibility, among others. And I think because of time, I'll not dwell into much of this detail. I just have less than 2 minutes to go. So as we walk around this, it's important that we have safe driving performance in school, so that we ensure that all of us work towards reducing these fatalities across the country, both for teachers, the parents, and virtually for everyone as well, including reduction of the cost. So what are we doing as NTSA? As we talked about, working with the Ministry of Education, among others, we work towards introduction of school curriculum in the school road safety in the curriculum, and this is something which is going on. We have what we call school transport regulations, and you see why most of our buses are yellow, and we are introducing more safety features into it in the due course. We do compliance check for most of the schools to ensure that the schools are that. Then we have school sale. This is something we'll be coming to your schools to work towards ensuring that your schools are safe. And then as we work towards capacity building awareness, and also partnerships with all of you. And we look forward to having more of these partnerships as we work towards improving road safety in schools. So what can we do? We need to be ambassadors of road safety at all, as all the primary school heads here, together with their teachers in your schools. Let's work towards having become ambassadors around this. As much as possible, work towards having the school transport regulations observed where necessary, ensuring roadworthiness of the vehicles so that children are not cramped in unnecessary vehicles. And as we said earlier, that we have integrated road safety into the curriculum. These are some of the areas you, as teachers, especially ed teachers, working with your teachers to ensure this is mainstream in the overall school curriculum. Then, as we said earlier, we have some of the schools whose safety is not guaranteed, especially around their entry and exit. So we are currently working towards mapping all the schools across the country, and it's work across the country to map some of those high-risk areas so that we identify and work with the relevant stakeholders to ensure that your children and indeed the people using those particular roads are safe, because of cases whereby speeding vehicles are there, border misbehaving, among other bad behavior around that particular area, which increases the risk of a road traffic crash. So that is quite important. This mapping is something which we are currently working on and will be coming towards them. Then of course we will be facilitating training of the members of your public, including your drivers and other stakeholders as well. And this is quite important, and I talked about infrastructural improvement, whereby we'll be working towards reduction of speed to 30 kilometers per hour in your designated school zones, among others as well. Otherwise, every child has a right to arrive home safely and go back to school and home safely. We need to work together to improve compliance in school transport all across the country, improve road safety around schools, and build a culture of responsible road users amongst our learners at all times. And I think that brings me to the end. Thank you so much, and thank you for listening to me. And looking forward to working with you. Asante sana, God bless.
Asante sana, that's NTSA. Makofi yao tafadhali. Up next, very quickly in 3 minutes, let's have MKU. 3 minutes, MKU. In hapa jina lako na
Catherine Muricho.
Catherine kutoka wapi?
Kimilili Bungoma.
Kimilili Bungoma. Makofi ya Catherine tafadhali kutoka Kimilili. Asante sana. Nitakuwa natembea tukisemezana. All the best. MKU. 3 minutes, go ahead.
Na wasabahi nyote, hamjamboni. I am Dr. Kamau Bonfas, TSC number 381489. I'm about to confuse someone. I teach with MKU where we unlock infinite possibilities. Let us see how it is. If you're a teacher and you're here, and this is what you do as an individual, can you recite this? 1, 2, go.
Teachers plant the seeds of knowledge that grow forever.
There's some places which is not very audible. 1, 3, go.
Teachers plant the seeds of knowledge that grow forever.
That's what I do, and that's why I've said, I don't teach for MKU. You don't teach for that school. You teach with that school. I teach with MKU. So I have my mandate. And that's where we are. Our shed is just behind here. So I want to donate some of my time. Most of what I'm saying here is just here. We shall give you behind here in our tent. In fact, as we serve your health, as we check on your health for preventive measures, we do care. In the meantime, I'm going to skip this one. I want to skip it. I want to skip this one. Yeah. Do I skip this one? If you look at my interest here, as an agency for effective CBE, we are looking at equipping professionals with up-to-date skills. I'll be explaining that, but the credentials for career development and lifelong learning is our key interest.
And Irene.
I want to emphasize on only one point here. You are from schools. Our students normally come to your schools for career guidance. Our students volunteer to come and talk to your children who are able to get into their shoes, and they get to understand. So I want to skip this one because I've heard of that, but the very last bullet, you must have heard of us partnering with the Hochschule University of Applied Sciences in Germany. It is working, it is there, and you have been seeing it in our endeavors. This is our mode of training. We are very flexible, we are very affordable, and we are very friendly. We shall explain more when you come to the tent. As per now, I'm still guided to save on time. We have TVET institution that is providing CBET. We are talking of the CBE. So as we are unlocking infinite possibilities, we have CBET, whereby Equip Africa is a TVET institution, a tertiary institution, very well accredited, and we have all of these courses that you'll get in this booklet from all the campuses that I'm going to show you.
Thank you.
In the sense there. Mr. Mwakazi, the STCW, we can't leave it out now that you are in the coast. In the Malidi campus here, we have the Maritime Academy, where we are bringing in people, both those who are skilled, those who are semi-skilled, and even non-skilled. Do I sound realistic? Yes, because we have been accredited by the International Maritime Authority. All the courses there are meant for every one of us. Teachers are needed, nurses are needed, carpenters are needed. Those who are just coming from nowhere are needed. And when they are accredited, they are able to be employed in the cruise ship everywhere in the world, and they make a decent livelihood.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for MKU. Na makofi tafadhali for the national chairman. Makofi yake tafadhali. Come on. Thank you so much indeed. Karibu sana, national chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now shifting gears, but before we do that, Menti, we did have a winner and she's here. Let's just have the name and we'll be awarding the top 5 people. So just look at your phone. Just take it back a bit so that we can see the results. Let's see the results once again. Let's see the results. Naomba tafadhali tumpigie Mary Kariuki makofi. Please come forward, please come forward. Hola Hope uko wapi pia? Robert Akach pia. Angelo, please come in front, come in front. I'd kindly request the National Secretary tafadhali. National Secretary, please award Mary. She won the fastest delegate. Asante sana Bwana Kennedy Treasury. Thank you so much. Come. Makofi tafadhali. Just using her phone and she won a gift right there. Let's get the gift. Let's get the gift. Asante sana. Mary, well done. Keep using AI. We appreciate, we celebrate you. Thank you so much. We still have quizzes coming in. Let's have the other names. The other names, just check, we'll be awarding the top 5. So Hola Hope, Robert Akach, Angela Chepkoech, Yukabeth. Please come very quickly. Come very quickly. Asante sana, asante sana. All right. So right now we want to recognize some very key people. Thank you so much. Lakini kabla tuendelee, hujambo?
Jambo.
Jina lako nani na umetoka county gani?
Nasmas Wambua, Makueni County.
Makueni County, makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much indeed. Umejifunza nini so far?
About leadership.
About leadership. Thank you so much. And right now we want to appreciate some of the key leaders who are here. And I'll just call upon their names. Let's just have sound right there. We have Dr. Irene Nyamu, who is coming to speak to us shortly. We have Noela Msuya, Child Support, Frederick Kiru, RDE Eastern, Harrison Dimuli, RDQs Eastern, Frederick Haga, makofi yake tafadhali. Makofi yao tafadhali. He's here. Jeffrey Tanu, Save the Children. And then of course, Lawrence Karuntimi, RDE Nyanza. We appreciate all of you for coming and making this event a success. Asante sana. Namwona mwenzangu pia hapa mbele. Very quickly, your name and which county are you coming from?
I'm Christopher Ketoa from Makueni County, Chairman Nat Kibwezi branch. About leadership.
About leadership.
Yeah.
Okay, we're all learning about leadership here, right? Thank you so much indeed. Okay, our first presentation, ladies and gentlemen, for the next 10 minutes. We're looking at building bridges for learning, school partnerships that drive change. Let's have our facilitator, Dr. Irene Nyamu, CEO Rally Africa.
She is the Chief Executive Officer of Rally Africa, leading regional efforts to strengthen education systems, equity and inclusion across East Africa. A child rights and education expert with a distinguished career, including founding Childline Kenya and lecturing at leading universities, she is also the chairperson of the Women Educational Researchers of Kenya, championing gender equality and child protection. Please welcome Dr. Irene Nyamu.
Kofi yake tafadhali, 10 minutes please, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to recognize all the dignitaries, Kepsha national officials, as well as the grassroots officials, and everybody who is here, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Irene Nyamu, the Chief Executive Officer, Regional Education Learning Initiative, and it's truly a pleasure to be here. And before I proceed to read my speech, I want to formally recognize a great team that is here with me, because we are an East African regional network. We work in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, promoting quality education to ensure that all children in Africa have access to quality education and are able to thrive in the modern world. And I have board members who are from Kenya and Uganda and Tanzania. I would like to ask the team that is with me to stand up, the board members kindly stand up for recognition. Wapatieni makofi tafadhali. This is a team from Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, and the leadership, the country leadership as well. Thank you very much. We want to formally recognize your contribution in this area of education. Thank you. We truly value the work that Kepsha is doing, and we value the work that head teachers and educators do in Kenya. And this is really a great opportunity to come together. At Rally, the 71 civil society and research organizations that work across East Africa are partnering with the Ministry of Education, with school heads, and with all the actors in the education space. And we have found that together, we generate evidence which drives learning and teaching practices in the classroom, but also influencing policy in a way that allows the education system to respond to the needs of our children. We inform policies through that evidence that we generate, and together, we also influence policy. Really, exists because no single actor can transform the education system alone. Our work is truly about collaboration. It is about collective action. It is about our collective voice, and it is about the collective influence and unity that we bring into the education space. Truly, at the same time, we recognize that no government can stand alone. Not a single school can stand on their own, and we know that communities, families, and parents must become part of the movement that is helping to transform our education system. And we know, because we have transitioned to the competency-based education system, this system change is huge. And I don't need to overemphasize that. You as teachers already know the challenges that you have had to face and the great wins that you have had to achieve. So, system change requires that we all work together, and we have to work with intentionality, we have to be consistent, and we have to put children at the center. But the children at the center, without the teachers, will not bring the big wins that we want. So, as we reflect and celebrate the CBE transition, we find the theme for this conference to be quite apt. That is about CBE transition, celebrating achievements, strengthening leadership, and shaping the future of learning. This is absolutely timely after nearly a decade of implementing the new system. And the new system is redefining our education. We are moving away from knowledge-based kind of learning, where memorizing content and repeating information has driven the learner's opportunities. We are moving to a new way of thinking and doing things, and this is about nurturing capabilities. And at the core of this is values, life skills, and key competencies. You all know about critical thinking, problem solving, having respect, issues of patriotism, and of course, learners having self-efficacy about how they drive their knowledge. And of course, at the end of all this, we want to nurture competent citizens who are able to drive development, but more importantly, citizens who have actually acquired a sense of an attitude of lifelong learning. Because when learning doesn't stop, then innovation becomes our everyday way of doing things. There are not just, we see this transformation as not just about classroom outcomes. There are societal transformations that are taking place as a result of CBE. And we at Rally have seen in the 10 years that we've been supporting teachers, schools, and the ministry agencies to implement CBE, we have noted a number of things that are as a result of the collective effort. One is that we know, and we have come to appreciate, that the competency-based education will only succeed when teachers feel supported, not overwhelmed. And therefore, we pay a lot of attention to teacher mental well-being. And that is one thing that many of our 71 partners actually invest time in, helping teachers to become self-aware, to know how to avoid burnout, and to actually develop skills for self-management so that they can actually deal with themselves and they come into the classroom as healthy adults. We also have learned that parents are a core part of the education system. They are our allies and co-educators. Many of you in the beginning will recall how it was challenging to get parents to actually sit with children to do their homework. I hear less of that complaint, which means that parents are increasingly realizing their space in the CBE curriculum. Communities have become allies. In some cases, they are the ones that generate some of the local knowledge that we need in order to teach specific skills, knowledge, and competencies. The government, the policies, the support in terms of resources, and that enabling environment are all part of our collective initiative. For us at Regional Education Learning Initiative, partnership is foundational to what we do. We have been involved in supporting parental engagement tools development. We have worked with the media to amplify the voice of schools that are doing innovations. We have been working with various networks to develop teacher professional development and strengthen the networks and movements. And we have also been involved in capacity development initiatives that are part of the teacher development and teacher professional development. And I have seen some of our network members either yesterday or today talking about teacher professional development, talking about leveraging of partnerships. Now, as I move towards just sharing just a little bit of a thought provocation to you, I want to just emphasize the role of school leaders. We know that we, as public school teachers, you are dealing with large classes. Staffing is stretched, there are diverse learners' needs, and sometimes resources are not there. So we work with teachers to listen, to motivate, to find ways to actually develop new ways of doing things. And so we commend you for all the good work that you are doing. And so as I conclude, I want to challenge you. I have heard a number of partnerships being mentioned here. And the question is your school having meaningful partnerships for learning? Have you developed meaningful partnerships that will ensure your learners actually become thriving learners? Why do we partner? There are 5 things I want to leave with you. Partnerships foster learning through interactions and mutual sharing. Partnerships enhance innovations, and we know, for example, that adoption of technology in the classroom, where you work with technology companies, can actually be a great resource. Partnerships enhance resource sharing, where you have different schools coming together and there are limited resources. We have seen partnerships build an opportunity for our learners despite limited resources. Partnerships enhance collaborative problem solving. In our case, as Rally, we have been able to break down what values and life skills mean, what it means to engage with parents. We have provided tools, and it's because we challenged ourselves. How can we improve the learning environment together? And finally, partnerships can harness local knowledge, enhance research, and also make sure that local resources are properly utilized and adapted into the classroom situation.
Wow.
So that we can be able to bring the best learning outcomes. So as I conclude, partnerships build bridges for learning. Let us embrace partnership, and you can visit our tent, which is on my right. You will find the Regional Education Learning Initiative tent, and we have quite a number of partners, and we are also giving materials on foundational learning, literacy and numeracy. So karibuni sana, and thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much. Asante sana. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much indeed. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Uganda, Kampala University, we have Senkusu. But before you take your seat, Dr. Irene Nyamo, we do have a gift from courtesy of Kepsha. Patrick, asante sana. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. We celebrate your time. Many thanks. Asante sana for your input, your contribution. Many thanks. Very quickly from Uganda, let's have Pius Senkusu. 1 minute, please. Go ahead. Talk to us.
Thank you very much, the MC, for the opportunity. Kepsha Executive, distinguished delegates, my name is Senkusu Pius from Uganda, and I particularly come from Kampala University, original, and I have brought good message for you. Kampala University in Uganda was the first one to start what we call in-service program, or what we call teachers holiday program for upgrading teachers. We were the first ones in Uganda. There is no any other university that started this. And to bring it to your notice, we started it with Kenya teachers. And initially it was called Kenya Teachers Holiday Program. Eventually, we took up other countries like Tanzania, then Uganda, they also adopted it. But initially it was the Kenya Teachers in Service program.
Wow.
And from that time, we have graduated a number of teachers who have completed their upgrading from Kampala University. What is the beauty of in-service program? In-service program does not prevent you from doing whatever you have to do. It is a blended approach.
Right.
You continue doing your activities, continue rendering service. Then during the holidays, like here in Kenya, it is April, August, and December. You get the 3 weeks, you come over to Uganda for the first phase program. Then after that, you go on to online. It is blended mode of delivery. You go on to the online program for 3 months. Then the following holiday, you come and do your examinations.
Thank you so much, Paz. Because of time, we'll have to stop you there. But we appreciate Makofi yake tafadhali.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
More information you can find it at our tent.
Absolutely. Asante sana. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we want to appreciate one of our sponsors. Mwambie mwenzako razor. Mwambie razor. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a big round of applause for Brookside Dairies manager. Karibu sana Razor. 5 minutes.
Thank you. How much time do I have? 3 minutes.
5 minutes.
Good.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, the chief guest for this session, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Education, Mr. Fuad Ali, the Kenya Primary School Head Teachers Association Chairman and your executive, school heads, ladies and gentlemen, habari zenu. Pamoja nami, hapa kuna wafanyakazi wenzangu, meneja wetu mawasiliano ya kampuni Wilson Ali. Na meneja wa taasisi zetu Caroline, walimu wakuu na wasalimia shikamoo. We are delighted to be part of this meeting of mind, an assembly of our school managers from across the country. For the past 3 decades, Brookside Dairy has been at the front line in supplying the market with high-quality dairy products that satisfy the ever-changing needs and preferences of our consumers. We offer the widest array of products which include our ever-popular white milk, the fermented range like yogurt and lala, butter, ghee, and cream, and our flagship product for this event, milk powder, all that meet the highest international standards quality. In our innovation strategy, we have availed to you a wide range of products that address your diverse nutritional and health needs, as you will see from our exhibition and product sampling stand, which is outside. Brookside Dairy Milk Powder is a perfect solution for your organizational nutrition requirements. It is rich, pure, and presents instant goodness. Our milk powder is also rich in proteins, calcium, vitamin A and D, all crucial for the development, especially for our puppies. I therefore wish to invite all Kepsha members to take advantage of our efficient national distribution network that guarantees availability of all our products throughout the country. We are ready to engage you further on our diverse range of milk products, including the powder, when you visit our exhibition stand outside the hall and at multiple sales points we have put up at this venue. Finally, the good news. I wish to announce that in recognition of the important role of head teachers play, Brookside Dairy has donated 1 million shilling in cash to your association. And another 1.8 million in product samples, merchandise, and other logistics to support this year's event.
Wow.
Tabashukuru kwa dhati kwa fursa huu wa kunena naini. Asanteni sana.
Hey, makofi tafadhali, ladies and gentlemen. And many thanks for that contribution. And we do have a gift of appreciation. Bwana Ali, please, please. Oh my goodness. National Chairman, let's go up there. Oh, makofi tafadhali for Bwana Razor, Brookside Dairies. Thank you. Makofi tafadhali, come on. Thank you so much. Well done, well done. Excellent, excellent. Asante sana. Very quickly, up next, we will have M-Pesa Foundation, 5 minutes. M-Pesa Foundation, 5 minutes. Dr. Elias Abdi, Director General of Education, we recognize you. Asante sana. M-Pesa Foundation, 5 minutes. Go ahead.
All protocol observed. Good morning, colleague teachers. My name is Victor Onsarigo. I am a mwalimu like you, and I want to speak to you about our scholarships. Yesterday, my colleague spoke to you about the citizens of the future and the infrastructural aspect of that program. Today, I want to address the scholarship aspect of that program. Yes, I think this is our 3rd or 4th year attending your conference, and we've taken feedback from this conference and expanded our scholarship from M-Pesa Foundation Academy Scholarship to Citizens of the Future Scholarship. Our scholarship, therefore, entails 150 students who are coming to M-Pesa Foundation Academy for a transformative experience, and another 250 students who are going and as you give us children, our tent is just out there as you walk out of the gate. As you give us your children from grade 9, we've had the interviews this year for the children who are coming in January 2026. But we are here to market our scholarship for the intake of 2027, that is January 2027. We are giving you application forms so that you can take them to your schools, identify children who meet the criteria, and I'll address that criteria so that they can either get this opportunity to come to M-Pesa Foundation Academy, you can see it and have that holistic transformational experience, or get the opportunity to study in some of our national schools, national public schools under our sponsorship. So together we create thinkers, doers, and leaders. So briefly, speaking about our impacting experiences, we as the M-Pesa Foundation Academy keen on impacting communities, and I've picked just 1 or 2 stories to tell you about. This young man here, we admitted him to M-Pesa Foundation Academy in 2016 from a single mother somewhere in Leo Nyanza, and through the experiences he got and the scholarships he got through the academy, he was able to go to Tufts University in the US, and in his internship program before graduation, he was able to create the first transformative experience to his community, constructed that beautiful bungalow you see there for his mother, and that is the kind of change we want to see in our communities as our active scholars begin to come out to our societies. we are keen on nurturing innovators and change makers in our communities. This young man, his name is Nicodemus Martin, is studying at Kabarak University and is already self-employed with a company of his own that is manufacturing those shoes you see there. Those are school shoes. So as you come to the tent, we can give you his contact so that you can order some of those shoes for your schools. And where this all begins is in our communities, our villages, and these are the kind of students that we look out for. So ensure that the forms you are taking out, the scholarship forms, this year are not indicated M-Pesa Foundation Academy. They are indicated citizens of the future. Give them to your children who will be in grade 9 in 2026. From January to May, the deadline for application is mid-May. Ensure that the forms are getting to our targeted clients, and our targeted clients are children who come from humble families, children who are performing exceedingly well in their academics, and children who have potential for leadership, because we want to transform this country through this kind of leadership. Otherwise, I thank you. I look forward to interacting with all of you. We have 6,000 application forms that are waiting for you at our tent out there. Please come and pick them and support your children to get this transformative experience. Thank you.
M-Pesa Foundation, Makofi out of Valley. Thank you so much indeed. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, Distinction Publishers. 3 minutes. Take it away, take it away.
Good morning, all delegates present in today's conference. My name is Henry Mogoba Onyonka from Distinction Education Publishers, and all protocols observed. Today we would like to launch our Distinction Kichisea spiral materials, which have already been screened on the wall and everybody can be able to see them. And those materials are very friendly materials, good materials, which are making our classroom business to be enriched, making our business in the classroom to be strengthened. And I would like to see you how they have strengthened the classroom business because of the examination which we concluded last week, the Kichisea for our grade 9. We managed to have all those materials approved by KCB, following all the regulations which is required by the Act of Education in the Republic of Kenya, from Parliament on all the way down to the classroom. To start with, page 2, kindly move to page 2. On page 2, you can be able to see the mathematics predictability questions. All those questions, the way it's screening them, they appeared in those papers which our learners were tested. There is no any single question which we didn't predict in mathematics. Kindly move to the next page. The next page, as you are seeing, all those pages, those one who have those books, you can business to make sure there is no any child left to be. We are bridging the gap where you are experiencing problems. My cell phone number, because some of you yesterday asked me, I didn't give it out, 0722 900 751. Kindly visit our tent. We interact more. And those head teachers with KPL program, please visit our tent. You see the forms which are there. And we are giving attractive discounts. Thank you very much. And have a fruitful
Asante sana. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We want to switch gears, but before that, let's have our 4 winners of our quiz ready. Let's have the Menti spot. Let's have the Menti spot ready. Okay, we awarded our first Merry Karaoke. Let's have the other four. Just go to the front. Give me sound, give me sound, give me sound. Let's just go, let's go. Okay, so Hola Hope, Robert Akach, Angela Chepkoech, Yukabeth, please welcome. Go to the red carpet, it's your moment. And I'd kindly request once again the National Secretary ready to give the gifts. Let's go, let's have the gifts ready. Just to the front, just to the front. The gifts, please. There we go, Yukabeth. Please go, just at the front. Oh yeah, sure. Any other winners? Your name was mentioned, you won the quiz. Okay, come here, yeah. This is your place, the red carpet. This is your place, well done. There we go. There we go. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Makofi out tafadhali. We'll be asking some questions, very simple questions, for you to get yourself a gift. Thank you so much. Welcome. Asante sana. Makofi out tafadhali as they receive their gifts. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Asante sana. There we go. 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 Asante sana. We appreciate you. Keep participating as you expect to get yourself a gift as well. Asante sana. Okay, so very quickly, we'll go to the next level of our engagement. Asante sana. So ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for our next engagement. But in the meantime, we want to appreciate Professor Charles Ongondo, makofi yake tafadhali. We have Dr. Jacqueline Onyango. Thank you so much for coming. We have Obiero J.O., Emmanuel Manyasa, John Mugo, Sam Birech, Ngumbo Njonge, Douglas Asanyo. Welcome. We appreciate you. We celebrate you. Ladies and gentlemen, ready to move on to the next level. From curriculum to competence, strengthening enlightenment, alignment between teaching, learning, and assessment for sustainable education reform. For the next 15 minutes, get ready.
He is an associate professor in teacher education with academic interests in research methodology, teacher education, and training of trainers, among others. He is a founder member of the Kenya Association of English Language Educators and Researchers and a member of the African Network for Internationalization of Education. Please welcome the Director and Chief Executive Officer at the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, Professor Charles Ochieng Ongondo.
Makofi yake tafadhali. 15 minutes. Once you start talking, the timer starts ticking. Go ahead.
The chairman, Kepsha, and your team, my colleagues in representing very critical sectors. The DG represents the Principal Secretary, Ministry of Education. Please give the DG a clap. Thank you. Professor Andrew Riechi represents public universities on the board. Kindly give him a clap. And our own chair, Mr. Fuad Ali, is representing Kepsha on the board. And I am the secretary. I am also joined by colleagues. Dr. Jacqueline Onyango, you can rise for recognition. That is Senior Deputy Director in charge of curriculum development. And of course, we have many other staff around in the KICD tent that you might like to visit. And we have some staff covering this session, which I believe is being aired live on YouTube. So that was my first task. The second thing I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, so that I keep my job, is to remind ourselves that the KICD is your institution mandated to develop, evaluate, and approve curricula and curriculum support materials for basic and tertiary education. The only level for which we don't do those tasks is the university level. And while at that, allow me to appreciate the partnership we have enjoyed with Kepsha, because as you know, the people who actually sit down to conceptualize the curriculum, think about the expected learning outcomes, think about the suggested activities are teachers. And for us to successfully use the teachers, we are grateful to you, heads of institution, for releasing them. And through that, we have been able to do a lot. Secondly, ladies and gentlemen, I take this singular opportunity to put my hats off for Kepsha. I think this year, 2025, and this time of the curriculum implementation deserves more than just saying, Kepsha, thank you. So, Chairman, I lift my gratitude to the level of recognition and say, Kepsha, we recognize you greatly, because previously we have congratulated you on your efforts to make sure the curriculum is successfully implemented. This time we congratulate you on the achievement, because the first cohort of the CBC have successfully transited into your hands, culminating in KJSE. And this appreciation, Kepsha, is not routine. This is sitting at the helm of KICD, at the very heart of the curriculum implementation. So we are giving it very, very genuinely. If nobody has singled you out and told you you have done a good job, thank you. Take that from me today, that we are really, really grateful. Where I come from, sometimes you just beat your chest even when nobody is thanking you, and you say, ee, and then sometimes you say, ah, and then you can say, Joey, and people respond. So we are really grateful for that. So, why are we thanking you? What is it that you have done? And we have evidence from the continuous monitoring that we do when we come to your schools. You have made sure that we have kept to the 5 principles of CBC. In no particular order, you have made sure that the learner's interest in education is enhanced, because CBC thrives on making sure learners wake up every day and demonstrate interest in learning. You have made sure, against the resources that we have, which sometimes are inadequate, that the learners experience learning through more learner-centered pedagogy practices. You have made sure that we are able to improvise our resources, and we feel humbled when you come to our schools and we see the improvisation that you are doing. You have made sure that assessment is used for learning, and we highly appreciate. In fact, Chairman, public schools have run away with ensuring that assessment is no longer a test of learners' ability, but a tool of diagnosing what else needs to be improved. So we appreciate you for that. Most importantly, we appreciate Kepsha because it is evident we have linked learning to experience through addressing the pertinent and contemporary issues that we at KCB call PCIs. And finally, on that note of what is it we are appreciating Kepsha for, we have run away with values-based education. We have just concluded a pilot study in collaboration with Zizi Afrique, and John Mugo is here. As you know, it is my duty to look at all such reports and think about what is coming out. What is coming out is that our schools are now implementing a whole school approach towards implementation of values. We deserve a clap for ourselves. I am on record saying that if there's one thing, if there's one change this curriculum must run away with, it is the issue of values. We must make sure that we promote and enhance honesty in our learners, enhance collaboration, and so on. You have asked me to talk about a topic called From Curriculum to Competence, and specifically to mention the alignment between teaching, learning, and assessment. I want to revise that topic a bit to read From Knowledge to Competence, because both knowledge and competence are critical features of the curriculum. And when I talk about moving from knowledge to competence, we are not in any way saying knowledge is not necessary. Colleagues, knowledge is an extremely necessary pillar of any learning, because it is through knowledge that we can recall what we have learned. Through knowledge, we can understand concepts. Through knowledge, we can comprehend. But because we are all teachers and therefore far familiar with Bloom's taxonomy of learning, then we are able to realize knowledge will take us just to about the third level of that taxonomy. Yes, if you know, you will be able to recognize, even if it's a text. If I may give an example from the English language, if I teach, you will recognize words, you will recognize sentences, you will be able to understand them. If you know, you might even rise to the high level of articulation. And many times, colleagues, you have come across people who claim to be experts in various fields. Thank you very much. But when you get them now to transform that knowledge to performance, then problems arise. Cheva here says he's an expert in music, but I know he's able to sing and demonstrate the alto and the bass and the soprano voices. So if you tell people to say, then you know that probably soprano. And if you say men say I, that's probably bass. Now, so what exactly is the difference in knowledge and competence, and what are we moving to? Ladies and gentlemen, one, we have identified the core competencies that we want our learners to move to. So we need to emphasize application. How do learners apply the knowledge that they have developed? We need to emphasize creativity, problem solving, analysis, breaking things into parts. We need to infuse more of synthesis. If things are already scattered, how do we put them together? That is competence. The ability to perform a task. And in CBC, we are saying that task should be performed to a level that addresses a real life matter, a real life issue at the level of the learner. So, as we get to the year 2025, colleagues, we have successfully nurtured our children, and we have just been coming to your schools and seen you admirably transform these fellows into mid-level citizens who are ready to move to senior school. So what is it that now we need to do in successful implementation of the curriculum? A good teacher Even as you appreciate a learner the way I've appreciated Kepsha, then you also give them an additional task so that you move them from one level to another. So Chairman and your team, these are the issues I want to highlight from the vision of the curriculum on what we need to do. One, more attention to the affective domain. We have so far done well in the cognitive, teaching and learning, but it is leaning more to what we have been used to doing, where the teacher is the sage on stage and imparts knowledge on the learners. Can we get more into the emotional development of the learner? Can we get more into inculcating more collaboration, more creativity, more teamwork in our learners? Can we deal more with promoting recognition that the learners before us are global citizens? That is one. Two, Chairman and your team, as we get into January 2026 in our comprehensive schools, can we make a more deliberate effort towards talent development? I think the teething issues of implementation of this curriculum made us not concentrate quite a bit on talent development. We need more enrichment in this because at the end, we want to see a curriculum that nurtures every learner's potential. Ladies and gentlemen, we need more investment and deliberate efforts towards parental engagement and empowerment. Actually, I was happy those days, Mr. Ali, when parents started complaining that they are supposed to be very busy, the children should be left to do their work, because there was evidence that the children are actually engaging them. It is dying down. It was not a bad thing. So can we make sure that the parents are involved in discussing the affairs of their children? They are learning robustly. Every time some of them complain about too much demand from school, I ask them, have you gone to school to discuss this with the teacher? Can we please encourage them to participate more effectively? Finally, in terms of what we need to do, which I think, if you asked me the most critical gap we still have, especially at JS, more robust career guidance. We are making a big leap, colleagues, telling these learners to choose pathways, which is one of the characteristics of CBC, so that they can get into ways that they have demonstrated talent, they have demonstrated interest, they have demonstrated aptitude. But this requires a lot of career guidance, a lot of discussions. One of the characteristics of the children at junior school is that they are in the era of discovery. One morning they wake up, they want to be in the defense forces. Another day they want to be teachers. Another way they want to be doctors, engineers, etc. So they need robust discussions so that then they can make a little more deliberate, a little more well thought out decision as they go to senior school. And as I say this, I want to challenge us here that the children are still ours. Even as the assessment results come out later this month or later in December, please let us still get these children and talk to them, especially the company of their parents, because now they will have results. And we are discussing at the stakeholder level that there will be a little time for the children to make revisions of what they could have chosen. I am being told my time is over, so what is my parting shot? Kepsha, my parting shot is that as we graduate the first cohort of CBC through our junior school, let us keep our eyes on the vision. Let me for once, as I close, behave like a preacher. Look at your neighbor in the eyes directly and say, keep your eyes on the vision.
Keep your eyes on the vision.
Thank you very much. And the vision of CBC is an engaged, empowered, and ethical citizen. So as we promote engagement, let's remember that we must think about empowerment and we must think about ethics. Thank you very much. God bless you. Long live Kepsha.
Asante sana, Prof. And before you take your seat, we do have a gift of appreciation, courtesy of Kepsha. We'll have Omusale giving that particular gift. Asante. Makofi tafadhali. Thank you so much. And we are ready up next for a quick panel engagement with our facilitators. Our facilitators, please get ready. Let's get the stage ready. But in the meantime, to say hello to us and engage us a bit, a big round of applause for the Kepsha National Chairman. Makofi yake tafadhali anapokuja kutuzungumzia kidogo. Karibu sana Bwana Chairman. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Thank you, our MC. Colleagues, good morning. Hamjambo. Muko salama. Hebu salimia rafiki yako on your right hand side. Mwambie mambo.
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 Aya, yule wa left hand side mwambie poa.
Poa. Poa.
Alafu piana high five mwambie Mombasa raha.
Mombasa raha. High five.
Mombasa raha.
High five. Boom.
Thank you very
Boom.
much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our MC, sijui leo bandi yetu walipotea wapi. I hope they are still around. Unajua from time to time unatakana kidogo tufanye mazoezi, na mazoezi ya wazee ni mdundiko tu kidogo, si ndio? I want to believe that we had a nice evening, and thanks to the Almighty God, today we are back again. So I want to take this opportunity to welcome you back for the second day. As you can see, all our presenters are here today. We have already taken through by the KCB. Professor, I want to say thank you very much. You are the first team to congratulate us. Thanks a lot, and God bless you, KCB. Unajua nilipoona bado hatujaonekana ile kazi tumeifanya, so nikaamua we are going to celebrate this year here. Kazi imefanyika, haikufanyika? Are we done with the cycle of CBE up to junior school? Prof and your team and the director DG is also in the house. Director Duale, I can see, and all the other ministry officials and TSC officials. Yesterday, we passed a resolution here after a successful implementation of CBE up to grade 9, and it was even EEE, extra exceeding expectation. True or not true? We have now baptized our association, and we have now changed and moved from Kenya Primary School Heads Association to Kenya Comprehensive School Heads Association. As many as for the opinion, say aye. As many as for the contradicting opinion, say nay. The ayes have it.
Hey.
A big clap to ourselves. Kepsha.
Kepsha.
Kepsha. Kepsha hoy. Kepsha hoy. From today onwards, maneno nywe nywe nywe, chuku chuku, visokorokinyo, viroboto, vile vidudu wa watu wa kusema autonomy, mushindwe. Autonomy, au tumewakemea kama pepo yote. Tulisema we do not want politics in the running of our children, in the lives of our children. Siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. We cannot joke with the lives of the Kenyan child. These children have the right to be protected. And the only group or association that will advocate the voice of the voiceless child is Kepsha. Is what? Kepsha. We are not unionists. We have Kupet, who will talk on behalf of the teachers. We have Nat. Kepsha will speak the voice of the child of this great Republic of Kenya. And we have spoken. Kama kungekuwa na shida kuran comprehensive school, we will not have been successful up to grade 9. We did it for the last 15 years. Where were they when Kenyans were giving opinions on the domiciling of primary junior schools in primary school? Walikuwa wapi? Where were they when the train left the station? Walikuwa wapi? We cannot go back to the olden days. As much as history is good, we look forward. Kepsha looks forward. To manage resources very successfully. To manage the curriculum design. And you heard it from the CEO, KCB himself, the prof. The ministry are with us. The TSC have seen that. There has been no confusion whatsoever. We did grade 9 very successfully. I want to assure Kenyans, these children that we are now transiting to grade 9 are empowered, they are engaged, and they are ethical. Tuko pamoja? The children are 1, 2, 3. Can we all say that? Pamoja. Kepsha. Kepsha.
Kepsha.
Kepsha hoi. Ikiwa tumeweza kufanya hivyo, lipi la ajabu? Watatufanyisha kitu gani? Wanaweza kutuambia nini? Kuna kitu wanatuambia? Hakuna. Kama ni noma, Kepsha fire. Kepsha fire. Kepsha ni noma, si noma? Asanteni sana na tuendelee na mkutano. I'll come back later.
Makofi tafadhali. National Chairman, asante sana. Hebu simama kidogo, mpe high five watu wawili watatu. Kwa niaba ya the National Chairman, high five kwa watu wawili watatu. High five. Hey! Kepsha. Wewe. Well done. Asante sana. Mwaweza keti, asanteni sana. Thank you so much, band. Asante sana. Asante, band. Thank you so much. Thank you, band. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much indeed, National Chairman. We celebrate you. We want to appreciate our key guests. Our title sponsor, we appreciate you, KCB. And we want to appreciate KCB Director Mortgage, Caroline Wanjeri. Makofi yake tafadhali. Please visit their tent just outside here. Asante sana. Okay, we're going to have a very quick, to the point panel engagement on From Vision to Evidence. What data tells us about learner progress under CBE? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Executive Director Zizi Afrique, Dr. John Mugo. Karibu sana, Dr. John Mugo. We'll also have Isolda Chela from Brazil. Makofi yake tafadhali. And we'll also have Dr. Emmanuel Munyasa, Executive Director, Usawa Agenda. Karibu sana, karibuni sana. We'll have 15 minutes for this. Each facilitator will take 5 minutes to make their remarks. So let's start with you, Dr. John Mugo. Are you there? Thank you so much. Karibu sana. Makofi yake tafadhali. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Dr. John Mugo, 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
It's such a pleasure to be here. The next slide is what actually all I came to tell you. That the next slide, that the journey of transforming Kenya's education and realizing CBE depends on only one head teacher. And I got this idea recently when I visited Ngei Primary School with KICD to assess the progress of what Professor Ongondo has referred to, the implementation or pilot of the whole school approach for values-based education. And what I saw in that school, what one head of institution has done is actually transforming the nation. And that inspiration is what I have brought to all of you. And I know that Mrs. Macharia is not alone. There are 1,000 of her, of people like her here today. As you know, our institution, Zizi Afrique Foundation, partners with Kepsha to bring evidence to improve the way school leadership works, but also the effectiveness in the implementation of competency-based education. So if you skip 2 slides, you will see the 3 things that our organization works on: stronger foundations for all. So looking at the foundation, because the building can only be as strong as the foundation we lay. And the foundation is literacy, it's numeracy, but it's also core competencies and values-based education. But also a stronger system. We are happy that we work with the Ministry of Education, we work with Teacher Service Commission, the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, the Kenya National Examinations Council, because only government can reach the millions of children that Kenya needs to reach. So, I do not know the direction in which to click, but the next one and the next one, I will share just a bit of evidence and the 5 ideas that I want to leave with you. So this, we could refer to it as a baseline. So these are not CBE learners. It's an assessment that we conducted in 2022 to look at where we were starting from. So it will be a very good measure if we continue doing these assessments now, especially as our learners move into senior school. But that time, around the 10th, or the majority of learners were there. They had the skills and the competencies. When we assessed problem solving, we assessed the other things. But one thing I will challenge you to do as regards problem solving, for instance, is getting accustomed with the complex question. Questions that don't just have a single answer, because that is what builds the complex mind. It is what unlocks problem solving. But you'll see other things like assessment of respect, of self-awareness and collaboration. Then the second is work we've been doing with the Ministry of Education, the Directorate of Junior and Senior Schools, as regards to elements of career guidance. So here we find that most parents do not naturally engage with children about careers and where they are headed, and which means it has to be our effort. So only 15% are aware about the concept of career guidance, so we have work to do there. And then 79% of parents do not engage with children regarding their future aspiration and career goals, meaning we have 80% of work to do. But the good thing is that we have a 20% to build from, which is a positive thing. Then you'll see that here, many of our teachers say they need training on career guidance. So around 10% had been trained on career guidance. But work has started, and we commend the Ministry of Education, because we know if we keep this momentum, then in the next 3 years, we will move this 10% to somewhere around 40 or 50%, so that career guidance and pathways can be unlocked. I just want to show you this, that we need a structured way of leading our learners to the pathways they need to get to. And the good thing is that there are many resources you can use online, but also the ministry and now the Directorate of Junior and Senior Schools have provided guidelines. Kindly use them, because you find that if our learners are ending in wrong careers as it ends up, then changing course is frustrating to both the learner or the student themselves, but also to the system. Eventually, we will have workers that are not motivated because they ended up in the wrong careers, and unhappy people in society wakitusumbua tu because of wrong career choices. Then this one is an important point, that between the grade 3 of 2019 and KJSEA or grade 9 of 2025, the one that just did the assessment, we cannot account for 150,000 learners. But I know that every school will have to account for theirs where they have been. And that's, you'll see the numbers there. This is an important one. Again, just raising caution. When you look at the analysis of Kepsha of 2022 and 2023, 2019 and 2022, you'll find that we still have gap in the foundations. I won't go to that a lot. I want to make this point here that if we don't take caution, if you look at the dark and the green, the lighter ones, it shows that there is a decline in the outcomes of Kepsha. And so that's just caution. But let me, since time is done, just go to the 5 opportunities that I want to leave you with. One, I've said it, problem solving. Don't give questions that only have one answer. That is not good for problem solving. The mind needs to open up. Generate and use your own data to make decisions at school level and assessment results to inform improvements. Even with NEMIS and CHEMIS, establish your own system to track and account for every learner and establish targeted interventions. There are many available resources, as I said. Equip your JS teachers to do proper career assessments and guidance. And lastly, set up a system for engaging parents, because it's only the school that can reach parents. But I want to congratulate you, Chairman Kepsha, and all the NEC members. Conference imeshika. Congratulations.
Asante, makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is already here as well. Let's have our next speaker. Dr. John Mugo, we still need you up. Thank you so much. Makofi tafadhali anapopokea zawadi yake. And dear delegates, if you have any questions for our facilitators or comments, please use the Menti platform. Just go to menti.com. That's menti.com. The code is 83124138. That's 83124138. Post your comments and questions. Over to you, Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa.
The leadership of the Ministry of Education, led by Dr. Abdi, the leadership of Kepsha, led by the chairman, my colleague teachers, good morning. First, let me say that I'm very happy to be here, and thank you to Kepsha for inviting me to be able to share this moment with these great leaders in the room. I want us to agree from today that we will not call school leaders school managers. Yeah? A manager is an employee. Leaders are not employees, they lead, and school leaders are not managers. So let us agree that we will change that. I am humbled to be here, to share this moment, to be able to thank the head teachers for welcoming us into their schools as we go around doing the school surveys and doing the assessments that we do every 2 years. I'll not be able to share any slides here like my friend John did, because we are still analyzing the tons of data that we collected from your schools this year. This year we did a lot more than we have done in the past. We came to your schools, we observed lessons for grades 3 and 6. We assessed 49,000 children across the country, and we are still analyzing that data that we'll be sharing in due course. And we are grateful that you welcomed us. And I'm here to say thank you on behalf of Usawa Agenda. The second thing that I want to do today is to congratulate you for managing so many transitions successfully. Yeah? When fate dealt you a bad blow in the loss of your chairman, you managed the transition exemplarily well, and we congratulate you. I want to congratulate you for leading the country in the successful transition into CBE. Until now, you are the only people who have handled CBE, and you have handled it well, and we congratulate you for that successful transition. The third thing I want to do is to invite you to work with us, because we have been co-creating a project with the Kepsha leadership, the National Executive Committee, the National Parents Association, and the Ministry of Education to now bring through another transition that was supposed to have happened so many years ago, but it hasn't happened. We all recall that I think it is in 2001 when corporal punishment was abolished. That transition from corporal punishment to alternative mechanisms of discipline has not happened. That is what many of you have told us, that is what parents have told us, and that is what children have told us when we are carrying out the assessments. And this transition needs to happen. And we know that you are the people who can be able to get this done, because you have demonstrated ability to lead transitions. So we will be coming to you from January next year with some interventions that you will be able to trial out. We will start with 5 counties and see how that works. And if it works well, we will be asking the ministry to endeavor to scale it. We are appealing to say that for effective transition to competency-based education, we need to allow children to ask questions. We need children to be able to grow in the school. And the only way this is going to happen is if the school is a safe place for them. Schools sometimes are not safe, not just for the children, but even for the teachers. We have seen so many times when the results come out, some head teachers are bullied by parents. We have seen in some parts of this country, even learners having the audacity to bully teachers. And sometimes that has made people say, let us cane these children, because if we cane them, they become better. And when I hear that, I ask myself, if we want to go back on caning, how far back should we go? Because when I was growing up, I saw grown-up men being flogged in the village on orders of the chief by Kanu youth wingers for misdemeanor. If we believe caning helps, should we allow it for everyone? Or it should just be for children? Should we allow caning for everyone? If it doesn't work for us adults, who most of the time are the ones who set the bad example for children, then I think it doesn't work for children too. So we have a project called Tusimamie Mtoto, whose intention is to try and make sure that children are not going to suffer bullying from other children, they will not be caned, and they will not be the source of violence themselves. And parents will not be the source of violence that is imported into schools. I know that there are very many places where parents are the ones who bring violence into school. And that's why we are working with the National Parents Association as well, to reach out to their membership, to say that there is always an alternative way to resolving any problem that we have. As my time runs, I want to invite you to work with us from January next year. If we come to your school, please open the door for us the way you have always opened the door for us, so that we are able to try these interventions, and together let us transform education to the level where every child in this country is actually able to access the quality of education that a wise parent desires for his or her own children. That is what we believe we need. And that is what will transform not just education, but the prospects of our country. And to you as the leaders, please claim your space as leaders. Do not accept from now to be called managers. You don't manage schools for anyone. You lead those institutions, you identify talent in those institutions, and you mentor that talent. And so for me, your leadership role must not be underestimated. Thank you.
Thank you, Makofi tafadhali. Thank you. We have a gift of appreciation for you, Farah Hassan. Just before you leave, Farah Hassan tafadhali utusaidie kumpa mgeni wetu zawadi yake. Thank you so much indeed. Okay, and we have some comments coming in via Menti. I love the numbers in Dr. John's presentation. All is well, good, clear and engaging. I'm getting this right from the speakers. We need to be told about, okay, medical insurance scheme. The workshop is well organized. Congratulations to the organizers. There we go, there we go. Thank you so much, Makofi tafadhali. Thank you so much. And very quickly, if camera, if you can just capture me, because I want to also talk to the delegates on the ground here. Thank you so much for your presence. Tuko wapi? Niko hapa. Wacha nizungumze na. So tell us your name, which country you're from, and what have you learned so far?
My name is Alan Kariuki from Nyandarua County, Nyandarua West Sub-County. This far, I'm happy. We are being coordinated well. God bless you.
Makofi tafadhali. Asante. Wacha nije hapa tafadhali. Waweza simama ikiwezekana. Haya, but tutaketi tu pamoja. Jina lako, umetoka county gani?
Naitwa Ruth Kinoti kutoka Kajiado County. Mambo mingi sana.
Kitu kimoja ambacho umejifunza.
We are not managers but leaders.
Wow, mpigieni makofi. We are not managers but leaders. Well done, well done. And right now we want to move on to a very particular engagement. We want to focus on building, listen to this, building financially resilient schools for sustainable CBE pathways. Get ready. Let's have Samuel Birech.
He is the Director of Retail and Business Banking at the Cooperative Bank of Kenya, with over 25 years of leadership experience in transforming retail and SME banking across local and international financial institutions. A strategic leader and board member at Pan Africa Christian University, he is known for driving operational excellence and developing high-performing teams. Please welcome Samuel Birech.
10 minutes, please. Go ahead. Makofi yake tafadhali.
Good morning, all of us, and all protocols observed. I will take a few minutes to just speak into this great conference on what Core Bank has or continues to do with the education sector. We are grateful that over the years we've walked a great journey with the various institutions within that space, and so I will just highlight a few things. Out here we have attended, and therefore you can join us to just get a few details on some of the things that we offer. Kenya transitions from CBC to CBE to align with the 21st century skills and Vision 2030 goals. Financial resilience is critical to ensure equitable infrastructure development and long-term sustainability. empowering education for a brighter future. As core bank, we are committed to education in Kenya. Through our ecosystem banking approach, we provide financial tools, infrastructure financing, digital innovation and support, and capacity building for schools to thrive in today's dynamic environment. By working together, we can build financially resilient, digitally enabled, and sustainably developed schools that will stand for generations. Principles of financial resilience. Diversified funding. We do know that government capitation and donor support is part of the funding leg. We also then must have efficient resource use through shared facilities, digital tools. We need scalable models where modular infrastructure is phased out in terms of rollout. And financial resilience is the backbone of sustainable CBE. With strategic planning, stakeholder collaboration, and policy alignment, Kenya can build schools that empower every learner and have the community engagement for local fundraising and volunteering. Schools are also microeconomies. I mean, wherever you exist, some economic activity is spread around that area. And there are many engaged parties there and stakeholders. We have management, which comprises the boards and the principal who make critical financial and operational decisions. We have members of staff that are teachers and support personnel who depend on schools for employment. We have suppliers of goods and services. We have the community around there that benefit directly and indirectly from educational institutions in their localities and the money that moves around that ecosystem. And then we have students and parents. Some of the challenges we see today in the education space include rising operational costs, cost of expenses due to inflation and global supply chain disruptions, digital transformation, rapid push towards technology and integration in both local administration and learning, thus requiring new skills, delayed funding, sustainability of demands because of climate-related disruptions affecting such critical things as water supply, energy costs, and therefore necessitating adaptive solutions. Empowering the education of communities. As core bank, we do student financial literacy, and we offer those co-pay cards that are able to, there are wallets that help students manage their expenses cashlessly, and schools and parents are able to monitor those transactions. We do risk management through bank assurance, teacher financial wellness through workshops and on budgeting and other financial literacy education. We also do affordable housing through our various products with competitive interest rates. What has been our impact in that sector? We are, in terms of some of the recognitions, best bank in SACCO financing. We have strong ties with teacher-based SACCOs that are county-based for cooperative-driven school development projects. We have been able to get the best bank in sustainable finance because of the financing of renewable energy and water conservation projects in learning institutions. We've also been recognized in terms of digitization in action. Over 5,000 schools use core banks' digital fee collection systems, and then Green Schools Initiative, where we support over 120 rural schools to install solar energy and rainwater harvesting initiatives. As you gather here for your Kepsha 2025 annual general meeting and conference, we extend our heartfelt wishes for fruitful deliberations, impactful engagements, and visionary outcomes. May your discussions inspire transformative ideas that shape the future of Kenya, of education in Kenya.
As the year draws to a close, we also wish you and your loved ones a joyful festive season filled with peace, rest, and celebration. Together, let's champion excellence in leadership of our learning institutions. Thank you very much.
Makofi tafadhali. Thank you so much indeed. We appreciate. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Asante sana. We have a gift of appreciation right there. Asante. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. Well done, DJ. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, we're ready for our next engagement. Ready. Let's look at the Mentis platform. Do we have any comments coming in? Remember, you can use the Menti platform for your comments. Up next, okay, so we have research by Azizi Afrik should be shared to us for our consumption. Well done. Thank you so much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, up next we're looking at the new classroom, ensuring every Kenyan child is digitally literate and data safe. We do have our panelists. Very quickly, I'll call them. Charlene Mudhuri, Technology and Human Rights Campaign Officer, Amnesty International. Please welcome, a big round of applause for her. Okay, up next, let's have Victor Ndede, Digital Rights Manager, Amnesty International. Please welcome. And ladies and gentlemen, to facilitate that particular session, please welcome the Executive Director, Amnesty International, Irungu Houghton. Makofi yake tafadhali. Karibu sana, karibu. Makofi tafadhali. Come on, thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Head teachers, power! Not KPLC. Head teachers, power! Thank you on behalf of Amnesty International for the opportunity to be with you this morning. Unlike one newspaper that I shall not mention here, we do hold that your responsibilities are ordained and that your responsibilities are captured within our Constitution, and therefore we see you as human rights defenders first and foremost. Let me first of all just frame the conversation. We've got only 30 minutes, so we'll be very brief. Our conversation essentially is to try and see how do we create a digital classroom, a classroom that is safe, that is educative, and that is compliant with the principles of ethical, engaged, and empowered students. Allow me first of all just to thank the Governing Council of Kepsha, led by the able chairperson Ali Fouad, and also the Ministry of Education and all of you here present. As we often say within Amnesty and now Amnesty International, more power to the head teachers, more power. No, you will not get there with that level of energy. More power to the head teachers, more power.
More power.
More power to the head teachers, more power.
More power.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I have your attention. As Amnesty International, we routinely reach out to students, teachers, and parents. You see us mostly engaged in human rights issues around civil and political liberties, but we are increasingly doing much more work with communities, because we feel that if communities are compliant with our Constitution, then the chances for human rights violations are minimal. And your schools, the 26,000 schools that you come from, are the most important areas of focus for Amnesty International. So we routinely reach several thousand learners, and we are also investing upwards of about, I think over the last 3 years, we've invested about 50 million shillings in schools, particularly with regards to data protection and digital rights. So with me today, I have two colleagues who are going to take the next few minutes to just speak about practical strategies that you as head teachers can deploy. It may sound like a remote issue, but I want to assure you this morning that the data protection laws, the constitutional framework, provide for criminal liability on parents, on even students, and particularly on teachers if you do not essentially design the classrooms effectively. Before we start, let me just very quickly just ask a couple of questions so we set the context. Studies will tell us that our students spend up to 6 hours on the internet. They are schooled not just by teachers, not just by head teachers, not by their parents and their communities, but there are two teachers that have their divine attention. Just two teachers reach across millions of students every day. The first teacher's name is called Mr. WhatsApp. The second teacher is called Mrs. Facebook. Those two teachers have direct access to millions of students, and sometimes for more than your teachers have access to them. So I want to just check in with you a couple of comments. The first one is this. I'm going to ask you, and just if the person next to you is not paying attention or they are too busy reading the newspaper that I was talking about a minute ago, please distract them. Pinch them if necessary, but not corporal punishment, just a little one, not a big one, okay? Fortunately, they're adults, so we don't have to worry about that one. If you are confident with the state of data protection and the privacy measures in your school, please stand up. If you are fully 100% confident that your students and you as teachers are digitally protected, please stand up. Okay, I can only see people standing to go to the bathrooms. So I think the rest of you have made it clear. If you are somewhat confident, please raise two hands like this. Somewhat confident that you know what to do. Raise them a bit higher. I know you have had breakfast.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if you've had breakfast. I apologize if that has reminded you of something painful. Okay, good. I'll go to the second question because we don't have much time. If you would like more support in your school to be able to design the environment so that it is a digital classroom that is fully compliant with the idea of everybody's rights are protected, please raise your hand.
You need support? You need support? Come on. Wow.
Okay.
There you go.
So let me ask, keep them up for a minute. Let me ask you to keep them up. Can I ask the governing council to turn around and look at your members?
Look at that. They need support. They need support.
Okay. The Ministry of Education, please turn around and look at your staff. Okay. So if there is a request to Amnesty to support this, please do not think I made it up. It has room. Allow me now very quickly to turn to the first speaker. And again, they'll have only 5 minutes. Victor Ndede, our program manager for digital technology and human rights, to just share a few comments about how you can protect yourselves a bit more directly.
Thank you very much, Irungu, and good morning, teachers. I'll be very brief because of time, and I'll start by a case study. As Irungu has mentioned, this issue around data protection has become very important to schools. In the last 2 years, we have had 2 major cases against schools for using children's data wrongly, and they had very heavy financial penalties. And so I'll discuss those 2 case studies just so that we are able to understand the gravity of this issue. I know the 2 cases may actually refer to private schools, but it is important to note that it is just because also we have not had cases against public schools yet. And so the first case study that I would wish to speak to is the case of Roma School in Udhiru, Nairobi. This is a primary school or a comprehensive school in Nairobi. The school, in its business of marketing itself, took photos and videos of children in class and in school and used that video to market itself on Facebook and TikTok without getting parental consent. And so what then happened is a parent complained and said, you used my child's data without my consent as a parent. And you'll have to remember that for children to consent, first of all, children cannot consent, and you can only get consent from their parents or their legal guardians. And so the case was reported to the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, which is a government body established by the Data Protection Act 2019. Case was heard and determined, and the school was fined 4.55 million, which at that point was the highest fine we had ever seen come from the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. And in that decision, the Data Commissioner's office said the fine was high just so that we are able to insist on the importance of protecting children's data. Children are our most vulnerable group in the community. We had a second case very recently on a school, on the Nova Pioneer School, which some of you may know. And this was a case again, the school shared data with a travel agency and the United States Embassy for visa processing without seeking consent of the parents. Again, the parent was able to be compensated 500,000 Kenya shillings. What Irungu had also alluded to was the fact that these laws are not only just about to create fines, they have criminal penalties. And if there's a case against you as a school and you as a head teacher, then you'll definitely carry the cross for not complying with the law. And that's why it is important for us to share this information so that not only do you protect yourself from the law, but more importantly, you protect the rights and dignity of our children and our young people in schools. And so this conversation is very, very important. And so it's a call to us to think through how we manage information, how we manage data in schools. We collect and store a lot of personal data, not just of the students or the pupils, but also of their parents and their guardians. And if you lose this information, you are likely to be held liable. So the call to action for us as teachers and head teachers leading institutions is to ensure that we practice and maintain safe data practices. You know, like where do you store files that keep people's personal information? You have files that keep teachers' information. A teacher may actually sue you for if you lose the information. A student may do the same. So think about how we are protecting this information and how we are ensuring that data is kept safe and ultimately protecting the right to privacy of children. I'm sure many of you have also seen the Children's Act of 2022. It refers to the right to privacy of children. And so if you violate, you run afoul of the law and there's a penalty. So this is just to spur your interest and pique your interest in you looking further into this information. We have a stand outside there by Amnesty. We are open to receive and respond to questions on this, and we are happy to support you think through how to ensure safe data practices. And at that point and juncture, I will hand it back to the MC.
Please give my colleague, a future head teacher, maybe a round of applause. Okay, last intervention, short. Charlene Mudhuri is the campaign officer for digital rights. She will speak a little bit to how do you build capacity among students, the parents, and also yourselves.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So my name is Charlene Mudhuri. I am a Technology and Human Rights Campaign Officer at Amnesty International. And the first thing I'd like to start with is the fact that we've got a population of 25 million children in Kenya today. And according to a statistic by Childline Kenya, 67% of these children are on the internet right now. 67% is acute to 16 million children in Kenya today. Those are kids that are spending up to 6 hours on the internet. 16 million children are spending time on the internet without adequate safeguards, they are encountering harms and digital rights violations on a daily. So, how best can we build capacity for these children to be able to navigate a world we did also not have adequate safeguards for? The first thing, they need knowledge, they need values, and they need a support system. So capacity building is not just for us, but also for them as well, which is why at Amnesty we have developed Control Speak, which is a human rights magazine for children. It's written by children and young people, and in it is a collection of stories, photos, art, where they share why the kind of internet that they want. Because digital well-being is not a one-time lesson, but a culture we have to all nurture together. So institutions need to learn how to integrate digital literacy in their curriculum. So I encourage all of you to visit our booth just right outside to pick your copy of the Control Speak magazine, which is a human rights magazine for human rights friendly schools. And just a little bit about Control Speak, we created this magazine to be able to empower children and young people to speak up for their human rights in the digital space, to explore why their human rights matter and why everybody should care. So this magazine explores what is the role of children, what is the role of government, what is our role as the primary support system for the children, to stay empowered and to advocate as we protect our digital well-being. So thank you very much.
She has not done well. Please give a big round of applause. Okay, I think we have done well, and Johnson Makazi will be happy with us. We are going to donate a bit more time to the next session. We don't need the full 30 minutes. But allow me to finish. Allow me to finish with just two invitations. Please, we invite you to join us as members. We are a membership organization. We have thousands of members across the 36 out of 47 counties. We would love to have membership in every county, particularly from people like yourselves who are really entrusted with the well-being and the safety of our children, but also our communities as well. So you can go to amnestykenya.org and register there, and I'm special appeal to the governing council, led by the chairperson, to become my member. And by becoming my member, you can also become a member of our board. And just to mention that Charles Amote is a head teacher from KCB, is actually the vice, we don't say vice president, but the vice chairperson of Amnesty International Kenya. So I report to a head teacher every 4 months with my team. So I thank you for the support, and I think there may be a few of our members here already. Let me just do a shout out to you. Thank you for the good work that you're doing. Even if people say that you are from hell or somewhere else, we know that many of you here, most of you here, if not all of you here, are really teachers, leaders, and people who come from another place apart from that which is being described. Lastly, we have a booth. We have notes and handouts, so please come by the booth. We will collect there. I will personally go there now. So if you want to meet up, we can meet up there. And then very lastly, just to say once again, as we learned from the case of Bob Jage and Nicholas Oyo, these were two Kenyans who went across the border to Uganda, and for 38 days, they were locked up in what now President Museveni has called a fridge. It was only people power. Do not get confused by the arguments of whether it is this president or that president or this former president who did their work. All of the efforts worked. But the most important one is the one of ordinary people. When ordinary Kenyans stand up for the rights of their fellow citizens anywhere in the region or anywhere in the world, including Saudi Arabia, then we keep people safe. When we become silent, we become complicit. So my request to you as head teachers is inculcate human rights values in your schools, and Amnesty International will be there to back you, to support you, and to make sure that we raise a generation that is able to protect not just its own generation, but the generations to come. I thank you for the time. I thank you for the opportunity. More power to head teachers, more power!
More power!
More power to head teachers, more power!
More power!
Thank you very much.
Makofi tafadhali. Thank you so much. Give me sound right there. We have a gift for you, Bwana Irungu. Susan Maina, RC Nairobi, tafadhali, please help us in giving Bwana Irungu and the team a gift of appreciation. Okay, I'm here. What's your name?
I am Daniel Stambas from Kakamega County.
Asante sana. What have you learned so far?
I am happy of data protection of the learners with the involvement of the stakeholders concerned.
Aha, data protection. Asante. Makofi yake tafadhali. Naomba usimame tafadhali. Simama tafadhali. Haya, naomba tafadhali, tunataka tuende Western kidogo, lakini makofi to Irungu and the team. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Makofi yao. Power to the head teacher's power. Excellent, excellent. Asante Amnesty International Kenya. Okay, niko hapa na Bwana Shitamba kutoka Kakamega. Aya, tuonyeshe vile utateza hapa. Utatezaje? Twende. Aya, kila mtu simama. Watu wa Kakamega mko wapi? Twende. Kila mtu asimame. Hey. Kila mtu twende. Aya. Twende. Makofi yenu tafadhali. Mpe mwenzako a big high five, mwambie asante sana. Makofi, asante. Naomba tuketi chini, asanteni sana. Well done. Asante sana. We are ready for our next engagement, and we want to focus on harnessing gender equity as a catalyst for systemic change and CBE sustainability. Please welcome.
She is a trailblazer in education, leadership and advocacy with a profound commitment to social change. Recognized as Kenya's youngest PhD holder in biomathematics, she has a strong academic foundation holding degrees from Strathmore and Egerton University. Her impactful career spans roles from teaching mathematics and chemistry to empowering young people through a high school mentorship program reaching over 200 schools across Kenya. Please welcome the National Gender and Equality Commission Secretary and CEO, Dr. Purity Ngina.
Makofi yake tafadhali. 10 minutes, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. The Kepsha leadership led by the chairperson, Mr. Ford, my colleague CEO, we have DG alias Abdi, the CEO KICD, Professor Ngondo. We have the CEO, Laban Molonko. I don't know whether the other CEOs, but we recognize you. All the other government leadership, teachers who are my colleagues. I'm a teacher of maths and chemistry, so I feel honored to sit in your midst. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to start this conversation not on what the presentation that is coming up, but I want to request all of us to sketch 2 images. The first image you're going to sketch, whether it's if you have a pen and a book, or if you visualize, is of a school leader. I would want you to sketch Visualize and sketch the image of a school leader. I don't know what you see, whom you see. Hoping that you're sketching or you're visualizing. Whom do you see? A man or a female? How many female drew a man in their minds? Honestly. I was having a chat with the person I sat next to, and I asked, if you are to be told to tell us who really inspires you to be who you are, whom would you pick? And he told me Wangari Maathai. I asked him, what about your mother? And he said, yeah, I think majority of people will always pick their mothers. So it is very ironical that the leadership ends up male, masculine, and yet the people who inspires us is our mothers. So we, as National Gender and Equality Commission, work to ensure that that should not be the case, that everybody in this country deserves a space at the table. So I'll be talking about matters of gender and equality. And I'll also try to show you that National Gender and Equality Commission, for sure, is not a women commission. You know, I think people confuse when you hear National Gender and Equality Commission, you think it is a women commission. It is a commission established at Article 59(4) and 5 of the Kenya Constitution, and it is given mandate to promote equality and freedom from all forms of discrimination. And specifically for special interest group, we are talking about children, youth, persons with disability, minority and marginalized, older members of the society, and women. So of course, from our mandate, it means the men between the age of 35 to 60, who probably are not PWDs or from minority and marginalized community, might have been left out. But as a commission, we have remained true to the call. We speak for them. If you are facing any discrimination, you will receive support from the National Gender and Equality Commission. I'll go to slide number 5, just to unpack what is equity. Because most of the time when you tell people SDG 5 speaks about gender equality, people will say equality is not something that we should be talking about. We are not equal. And I'm like, why? Why are you making such a statement and an allegations? And I think it's because people are not aware of what SDG 5 probably and the indicators are talking about, but also what is the difference between equity and equality. And I wanted to really speak about that. So that one, that equity are the actions that we take every day. Affirmative action. You're going to school, because girls need sanitary towels, you provide for them. Because girls are likely to be attacked along the way, you provide support for girls and also support for boys. Actions that you take that will end up ensuring that we get to equality. So equality is the goal, is the vision, that after we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I'll go somewhere and I'll find men and women on the table. So I don't know why most of the time it is them versus us. It is men versus women, because men feel we should not be put in the box of equality. I think it is enough time, it is the right time for us to understand that equality is that vision, is that goal that we all want to reach. And equity are the actions that we take every day. And I wanted to, where are we in terms of, that was very interesting, that scientists, children are now drawing that scientists looking that like female, and it was in the news. So you can imagine how far we have to go that even a drawing get to the CNN. that girls are now thinking, or children are thinking that scientists should be women. I think we have a long way to go. But the data from Kenya National, from KNEC, Kenya National Examination Council, shows like we have reached gender parity somehow. And this is between 2020 to 2024. But parity is not equality. You can be in school and still you are facing discrimination. You can be in school, you answer a question and teacher tell you, Ngena, you look very smart. And another boy somebody answers the question, the teacher says, wow, you'll become the president, you'll become the lawyer. Already, the fact that somebody see me only for my smartness, and I'm using that as an example, and then we have done classroom observation where some of those show up because of our socialization, would actually tell us that yes, we might have achieved gender parity. I also tell statisticians to tell us whether we just have many girls in the population, and maybe they were supposed to be in school at that time, and not that some have not dropped out. Because we know the data that was released recently continue to show that some girls are still dropping out because of early pregnancy. So why is it important for us to think about gender equity? And I started asking whom you see. If you are a woman and probably you never saw a woman becoming a leader, it has become very difficult for you to even lead well, because you become what you see and not what you're told. So it unleashes human potential. If we have equity, all our children, all the communities, all the girls will contribute to this country. It strengthens fairness and legitimacy, and it ensures sustainability. Without equity, we cannot talk about sustainability. And what must we do? Which I think is very important. One is creating inclusive school environment. Ask yourself as a head teacher, in my school prefect body or school council, do I have boys and girls? If the president, as we call them, is male, the deputy president should be by default a female, and vice versa, so that you're training those girls and those boys to be and to see that even them, they can be leaders. If it is co-curriculum activities, ensure that girls are also in drama, they are in sports, and they are represented and they are doing well. Luckily now with the CBE, sports is no longer a co-curricular, it is part of the curriculum. But it is very important for us to see how we nurture our children to become. Engage parents and communities. And the main thing is to challenge and transform gender expectations. I was just reflecting on if someone one day decided to cut my finger, tutapelekana kwa polisi. Lakini we have girls that end up being cut. Actually, if you look at DHS of 2022, 15% of our girls went through FGM. That a specific organ of their body was cut. Just imagine if the finger, eye, nose, you know, what does it make you feel? I don't know why when it comes to FGM, we are still not taking measures. Not to say we have not made progress, because we are coming from 32% to now 15%. So we need to challenge those norms. You are the leaders, speak up for those girls. Even in your classroom, I know KICD approved textbooks, but also check them, whether they are normalizing gender, certain gender. Maybe all the examples, probably, I don't know, could be having a gender connotation. If you find that, you are able to reach out, because you are the person who every day is interacting with those materials. But I believe because they have gone through a lot of analysis, those things are not likely to be found. But it's always good to be at the forefront fighting for that. Embed gender equity into CBC pedagogy. Pedagogy is everything. I said where you're in class and someone says, you look very smart, you're beautiful, instead of telling me, Purity, you know you can become the president of the Republic of Kenya. I think we must, as teachers, use gender responsive pedagogies. You know, the one that has no lens, doesn't put boys and girls versus each other. So we need to train teachers to ensure they call and engage all learners in class, use mixed gender group. As you teach now, collaboration is one of the competencies. Ensure that in all those groups, the leadership is both male and female. And link the community. Ensure that parents are involved. As National Gender and Equality Commission, we remain committed. Our work, as I said, is to promote equality. If you find anyone has been discriminated, kindly reach out to us. If you know any child who is going through gender-based violence, call 1195. Is a government number that works. If you try it now, someone is going to receive it. Report any cases of discrimination. Report any cases of gender-based violence. Let us all be champions. I was in the technical working group appointed by the president on matters of gender-based violence, including femicide. And we went round. And what we gathered from the field is something must be done. And we cannot wait for government to do it. It is all of us who have to take action, because this country belongs to all of us. Thank you so much.
To all of us, makofi yake tafadhali. And we do have a gift of appreciation courtesy of Kepsha, and the National Secretary will hand you that gift of appreciation. Makofi tafadhali, thank you so much indeed. In the meantime, we'll be looking forward for this. Oh, this is important. Charting the way forward. Our collective commitment to quality, inclusive and sustainable education. That is coming up in a moment. But for the next 10 minutes, please be ready. Please welcome the KCB Senior Manager.
General of Early Learning and Basic.
KCB Senior Manager, Learning Institution, Virginia Mwangi. Makofi yake tafadhali, dakika 10 tafadhali.
Around 55,300 and something shillings. The most recent one after solarization is 3,900. So you can see we've really made a big saving. My name is Metrin Wamalwa, the principal of Friends School Hoho Girls, this beautiful school. We have a population of 261 girls. We've had challenges in the past. There are so many, there's blackouts, interferences in preps, during prep time. We used electricity to pump water, and the bills were also very high. So we were thinking about a solar-powered water pump. That's how we just stumbled on this solution. We've had a lot of benefits actually, because nowadays there are no interruptions during prep. The bills are very low. We are not the only beneficiaries. Apart from what we are enjoying here, we are also helping schools around. Like in this week alone, there was some NEC exam going on for the comprehensive students, grade 9. And they had, the schools around did not have power. So they had to come here, and we have facilitated them. When I entered this office of the principal, we had a very high bill of 340,000. And with a population of 300 girls, it was a real challenge. And that was not the only bill that we had. KCB brought on board Sentimental Energy Solutions. They came and did the assessment. They gave us the bills, and then we had requested KCB to come in and finance us. We are very grateful, and now here we are, very happy. We have a storage tank. Now we have solar panels, courtesy of KCB. They also, in collaboration with CDF, they have sponsored 2 classes here. I told principals they should not die under the strain, so they should consider solar. Actually, the way I've already said, the last bill before we did solarization was close to 56,000. But now we are doing 3,000. So that is very good.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and good afternoon, our leaders. Good afternoon, our leaders. Yes, my name is Virginia Mwangi. Allow me to ride on the protocols already established. I'm from KCB Bank. I sit at the learning institutional spaces, and we are the ones who partner with Kepsha because we love our teachers. We love coming here to engage you. Our tent is there right next. And this video just basically summarizes one of the solutions that we are driving in KCB. We are trying to empower our learning institutions. We know things are a bit tough, so as KCB, we have a solution for you. Let's go solar. Let's go solar, let's go clean energy. A lot of sustainable conversations going on, and we are taking this opportunity to try and drive our proposition here. So I'll just walk through a few screens. Most of what I want to say has been summarized. Just the specifics. You can be able to see what our operations are doing to the environment. They're really affecting the environment in a negative way. KCB, we have solutions for your kitchens. You don't have to keep cutting trees to cook. We have the solutions for you. These are just one of the effects that are happening in the environment, and you can be able to see them. 1.3 million metric tons of wood being cut every day. I know some of us receive school fees in form of wood payments. Parents come, they're able to offer wood. But what we are saying here is you can reach out to us for different alternatives. Yeah, through our KCB Foundation, we do sponsorships, and we support in a lot of these solutions. Some of the effects, the staff in your kitchen, the motivation, the health effects they are getting, especially from inhaling a lot of smoke, due to some of these negative effects that are caused by cooking using wood fuel. So we are trying to change this narrative together with the Ministry of Education, together with the Ministry of Climate, together with the Ministry of Energy, and try and support you get alternatives for some of these solutions. Just some statistics, if you can be able to see there. World Health Organization recommendations. If you can see that black line there, you can see what is happening in our kitchens. We are way below the standards recommended by World Health Organization on pollution. So if we can just be able to work together and try and decrease some of these effects, we have financed a lot of primary schools transition to some of these green solutions. It's not only the secondary schools we are financing. We have also financed our primary schools. Now, these are the solutions we are offering for your kitchen, for your schools. Our first solution is solar. A lot of our schools are solarizing their premises for operations, the libraries, the classes, and you can also use electricity for cooking, powered by solar. That is one of the first solutions we are supporting on. Steam for cooking, LPG gas. I know we've walked into a lot of your schools, and I want to appreciate you for welcoming us. Yeah, we keep coming and coming, but you're always welcoming. And then our last solution is biogas. A lot of our schools, especially in the rural areas, prefer this method. Now, some of the benefits of going clean, you can see savings on costs, health benefits. We have increased access to renewable energy. So if you come to our tent, you'll even see we have a solar panel there. We have the providers who are able to give you quotes as we speak. And I just want to rush into this, being my last slide. This is the kind of financing we are offering at KCB. We'll finance you the solution at 100% financing, without security. As I said, we have many of our primary schools in this room who have come and benefited from this solution. Repayment period up to 7 years, and we have a single-digit interest rate. You won't come to KCB and we tell you we'll finance you at 17%, 18%, 19%. We will finance you at a subsidized rate of 9.75%. Which basically means if you're paying a loan at 200,000, at 9.75%, you'll be able to pay the loan at 100,000. The loans are unsecured. For public schools, we give unsecured loans up to 20 million. It doesn't matter whatever it is. We have a campaign for overdrafts. We know the holidays are going to be long, for 2 months, and we're inviting you to come to our branches and get unsecured overdrafts, at least until capitation checks in January. So welcome to our tents, welcome to the branches. We won't ask you for a lot of things. Yeah, just come and we'll be able to support you. So that's just some of the solutions we are offering, and I'd like to leave you with a quote. I'd like to leave you with a quote, and I would ask you to internalize this quote. My quote is, we don't inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. And I'd like us all to say this quote with me so that we can be able to internalize. You know, I've gotten this great opportunity of payback. You know, as teachers, it's the children who repeat whatever it is we want to say. So this is an opportunity for me. So please, let's all say this together at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
We don't inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children.
So thank you so much. We appreciate the support, and see you at the KCB tent. Thank you.
Asante sana, makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. Asante sana, makofi tafadhali. Now, please turn to the person.
Here's how you can request for a mobile KCB mobile app. Open your KCB mobile app and click on loans. Click apply now on the KCB mobile loan.
There we go. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Turn to the person seated next to you and tell them, now this is going to be important. This is important. Tell them this is important. This is important because up next we're looking at the Ministry of Education. This is all government. We want to understand what's the way forward. And get ready. As you can see, the seats are ready. I'd kindly call upon the panelists very quickly so that they take up the stage. Nelson Mabele Sifuna, Directorate Field Coordination and Curriculum Activities, please take to the front. Makofi yake tafadhali. Martha Auma Odundo, Director ECDE, Ministry of Education, karibu sana. Dr. Kichuhi Ndegwa, Director Policy Partnerships and EAC Affairs, karibu sana. Frederick Haga, Director Special Needs Education. Frederick Mujumba, Director ICT and Chemist. Evelyn Owoko, Director Quality Assurance and Standards. Dr. William Sugut, Director Senior School Education. Hassan Duale, Director Junior Secondary Education. Stephen Barongo, Director Primary Education. And to moderate that panel, let's have the screen ready.
He is the Director General of Early Learning and Basic Education with extensive expertise in education legislation, policy development and sector planning, having also represented Anglophone Africa on the Global Partnership for Education Board. A respected scholar and national education leader, he chairs several high-level academic committees and coordinates the work of 10 directorates within the State Department. Please welcome Dr. Elias Abdi.
Makofi tafadhali, 1 hour, go ahead.
Thank you very much, MC, for the good work you are doing. Let's appreciate the MC. Asante sana. You know, MCs are rarely appreciated. We need to appreciate the MCs doing very good work in coordinating this work. Mr. Chairman, Fuad Ali of Kepsha, colleagues from the Ministry of Education, colleagues from our sagas, CEOs, Professor Ongondo from KCB and the rest of the CEOs here, Dr. Ngina from the Gender Commission, our head teachers of this great country. Good morning. It's just 5 minutes to noon. And so this year, the 2025 Kepsha conference, we're really excited. I was asking the chairman, how many of our head teachers have turned up this year? And the number is 14,000 head teachers have descended on our port city of Mombasa. Let's appreciate that. unlike the previous years, I don't know why this year, last year I asked the same question and I was told the number was much less than 10,000. So this year, we also happy on how the entire activity has been organized. Because of this high number, we also decided as a ministry to bring the ministry to the conference. And as you can see, the team of panel, the team of officers who are lined up here are the key line directorates. And each one of them, I'll give them 5 minutes to make some remarks about the presentation they have. Exactly 5 minutes, please, because of time. But just to say that you are also aware that at the ministry, we have been undertaking a verification exercise. This verification exercise that we have been doing, do you want to also hear about the results of the verification exercise? Say it again. Thank you very much. So our lead officer, the head of ICT, is also with us. He will also make a presentation on the outcome of the verification exercise and let you know the way forward. So that means you should all be very attentive, because when it comes to school financing, it's very critical. Without finances, there's a bit of a challenge in running our institutions. But just to say that school leaders are very critical in running of our education institutions. And as school leaders of our country, you should know that in all the subjects that are taught in our classrooms, after that subject teacher of English, mathematics, what also determines any learning outcome is the school leader. The school leaders influence directly learning outcomes. The school leaders can even lead to whether the school exists or it closes up. We have witnessed instances in the Ministry of Education where a school leader is given a school of maybe 300, 400 students, and the enrollment of the school reduces, students start transferring, others dropping out, and the school ends up closing. That is the reality of the matter. There are others, they are given a school of 100 students, and the enrollment grows even to 1,000 students, 2,000 students. They attract. And what are people looking for? People are looking for education. They're looking for learning. They're looking for people who can support them in reaching their goals. So as a leader, remember, when all is said and done, you also influence learning outcome. You influence the transition of this child to the next level. And so, as we come here for this retreat, for this conference this time, I hope we make maximum use of it and we share experiences in ensuring that we take our institutions to the next level. So, I just want to start now inviting our line directors and sharing their brief 5-minute presentation, and I'll request the moderator to assist me in timing, because there are 9 presenters and we have to save on time. So each presenter will be given 5 minutes. I will start with the first director, Stephen Barongo. Stephen Barongo, as you know, is the director for primary education in this country at the Ministry of Education Headquarters, State Department of Basic Education. He's going to make a few remarks, and he has been interacting with you on a day-to-day basis, so he will also make some observations. All the directors, including the Director of Junior Education, Duale, followed by I've already shared with them on the order in which they are going to present, so that I don't come back here. Once a director finishes his presentation, the other one will follow straight. So we'll have primary education, ECDE, junior, senior education, SNE, quality assurance and standards, field coordination, and the newly established Directorate of the Kenya Education Management Institute. I mean Kenya Education Management Information System, and the Director of the Policy and Partnership. They will follow in that order, so I don't have to come back here every other time. So Barongo, the floor is yours, and the 5 minutes start now. Thank you. Welcome. Let's appreciate him.
Thank you so much, DG. The National Chair, Kepsha, my friend Fuadi, the Kepsha Chair Executive Board, and the Kepsha Governing Council members, my high school teacher, who is now Professor Riech Andrew, I don't know whether he's still here. Yeah, that man taught me when I was very young, and I'm happy that he's here. He looks younger than me, and I'm very happy that he's here, so I'm proud of you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, mimi ni Barongo, and I want to also welcome you to Coast, because hapa pia nilifanya kazi kwa miaka mingi, ngawa hukufika mwaka. I want to start by saying, Bwana DG, that Kenya has in the recent times made very significant strides towards enhancing equity, inclusivity, and equality in primary education. This is having realized that always the foundation is very important. And therefore, when you get it right at the foundation level, then everything else will just grow smoothly and strongly. So, nataka kusema kabla sijaendelea kwamba I am proud of our principals in the room, the principals of the comprehensive school, because I've moved with you from primary, I've moved with you through the assessment that we did before we went to junior, and in junior we have worked together with my colleague, and now we are handing over to my colleague Bwana Sugut Daktari. So I want to tell him to be confident because it is manageable. Kama mumeweza asembushe yeye. So I want to congratulate all of you for the good work that you have done. Equity in education means that every learner, regardless of their background, gets a fair and just opportunity to learn. Fair and just. We become fair and just. That's what I want us to take to the bank. Inclusivity ensures that all learners from the marginalized groups, from either gender, male and female, children with disabilities, and those in hard to reach areas are facilitated and supported to receive education. That's what we are saying about inclusivity, that everybody is brought on board and everybody is given an opportunity to gain. It is making sure that no one is left behind. Where there are still disparities, various policies which aim to bridge the gaps, like the basic education curriculum framework policy, which I want to say is a policy that makes sure that we nurture every learner's potential. Every learner has a potential, and therefore we must make sure that that potential is realized. It needs not to be the same potential. Guidelines to promote inclusivity, like accepting the girls who have left to school, and the boys also have gone to border and telling them to come back. Their chance is still there in our schools. There are other barriers also that hinder inclusivity. For example, the economic constraints, the extra charges that you people add to the little that is given to you to make education impossible also contribute to not including all. The cultural beliefs and practices, the inadequate facilities, which sometimes make many learners not access education. Girls, for instance, may drop out due to early marriages, and children with disability sometimes are chased away from our schools because we have ill-equipped our schools to accommodate them well. We therefore need to have supportive policies. We need community involvement, and we need more resources from the government and from our partners to make sure that we make education well. The government has done a lot to make sure that we achieve equity and quality, and some of the interventions, I'm going to mention them. But then when we talk of quality, we are not talking of quality because learners are in class, but we are talking of quality because learners are engaged to learn. Learners learn at the end of a process, and that we have adequate classrooms that are well furnished so that children don't squeeze themselves. Allow me, Chairman, to just mention in passing the interventions that the government has done to make sure that we have quality, we have equity, and we have good education. Disbursement of capitation grants that are based on enrollment. And you know the role you have as head teachers in making sure that we capture this enrollment accurately. We have provision of textbooks that we do together with Professor Charles here from KCB. We have disbursement of infrastructure improvement grants. We have provision of hot, nutritious daily meals to learners in disadvantaged areas, arid and semi-arid, and the learners in informal settlement. We have provision of sanitary towels for the girls so that they don't miss school, they concentrate and get the education. We have intervention programs to ensure that learners also are healthy in school, like the school, national school-based deworming. We have establishments of low-cost boarding to make sure that those girls are taken away from the community, waibuke early marriage, and they are in school and they complete. And then we have also enhanced teacher training and made sure that our schools have teachers so that schools in rural and schools in town are equally attended to. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, looking ahead, it is important to continue advocating for policies that support equitable access to education, and therefore we must embrace innovative solutions, robust partnerships, and community engagement to create a future where every child in Kenya has the opportunity to learn. And in all this, the role of the head teacher in leadership cannot be gainsaid. Thank you so much, Erukamano.
My name is Martha Uma Odundo, Directorate of ECD in the Ministry of Education. I'm going to give highlights on a topic, elevating foundational learning as a CBE cornerstone. So I just want to define foundational learning, and it refers to the acquisition of basic literacy, numeracy, and socio-emotional skills that are essential building blocks for all skills, including digital skills, that are central to thriving in the 21st century, making it crucial to focus policy on securing strong foundational skills that starkly contrast outcomes. So, lack of foundational skills in a learner makes that learner to be learner poor. And the concept of learning poverty globally is defined as those children who have reached, or learners who have reached 10 years and they have not acquired those basic skills. The basic skills are the literacy, numeracy, and socio-emotional skills that will help these learners thrive. So in your school, if there are so many learners at that age and they have not acquired these skills, then that will help you know how many learners are poor. Now, what is the importance? The importance is that without these foundational skills, just like Director Barunga said, you know a house becomes stronger when the foundation is strong. So even if you emphasize up there, it's like building a house and the roof and the walls are stronger than the foundation, what happens to that house? The house will collapse. And we have seen practically with the real buildings, even in Kenya, which collapse because the foundation is poor. So I don't want to talk so much about the importance. Researchers have done this and have really emphasized on the importance of early years education. I just want us to focus on the curriculum framework, basic education curriculum framework of 2017, that to show us where the government has placed foundational learning. And according to the framework, then foundational learning is, according to the curriculum, between 4 to 8 years. 2 years of pre-primary, that is PP1, PP2, grade 1 to grade 3. And the government, through KCB, has provided curriculum designs and all the necessary materials needed at this level. So that is the perspective that we are taking from Kenya. Now, key principles guiding foundational learning, there are so many, but I just want to highlight a few. Some of them are collaboration and engagements. At this moment, at the Ministry of Education, we have put intergovernmental collaboration and partner collaboration at the forefront. And for the first time, we have county government officials invited to this forum by the Kepsha. Thank you, Kepsha, for making it happen, because in our technical working group for foundational learning guideline, we have Kepsha, national government, and we also have county governments. Mr. Ireri, who is the director, the chair of directors, ECE, is present and can wave, is there with you, invited by Kepsha. Thank you very much. Another principle that we focus is language of instruction as provided as a policy, that learners at the foundational level or in early years use the language of the catchment area. The issue of inclusion and inclusivity, I know Mr. Haga will talk about it, but that is also another emphasis. The issue of data, evidence-based decisions that should inform learning. Data, how are the learners progressing? That is emphasis. And that is not to say that those are the only principles. Others will be articulated in facing foundational learning in Kenya. We have so many, but I want to only highlight the middle tier. The middle tier are those officials that bridge the gap between the teacher in the classroom and the policy makers. So the middle tier, they are the ones who translate policy to the teachers. They need support, and they face also a lot of challenges. So how do you, as leaders, school leaders, help them? When you go to their meetings, come and explain to the teachers. When they need data, you need to give them. You need to provide for them forums in which they communicate. And even you as school leaders, you are supposed to provide even materials, because you are given capitation, support the teachers and support the middle tier. Thank you very much. Mr. Misha Croce is the one representing you in the foundational learning, the vice chair of Kepsha, and we thank you for your support as Kepsha. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director, for that good presentation. I'll request the other speakers, please let us restrict ourselves to just the 5 minutes, and we'll leave time also for questions. So when the bell goes, I request that we stop. Take those 5 minutes, please. Look at the key things that you intend to communicate. We all have prepared also a very comprehensive PowerPoint. It is with us here. We'll share with the leadership of Kepsha, and then maybe you can distribute to all the members. Thank you. The next presenter.
Thank you very much, DG, the national chairman, all the delegates present. I'm going to limit myself to the presentations. And the topic I was given is consolidating the junior school transition, pathway and progression. Delegates, you truly understand the journey of the competence-based education. At the moment, we have transitioned the first cohort that's now moving to the senior school, and therefore I want to thank the heads for really nurturing these learners all through. Junior school is the bridge between foundation learning and pathway specialization in the senior school. But of course, junior schools provide a broad-based curriculum where students explore a variety of learning areas that enables them to explore their interests, to explore their abilities, and to explore their potential. Of course, when you ask why transition, why the transition and the progression is first to ensure there is a seamless transition between the primary to the junior school and now to the senior school. But again, the other most important component is to enhance the teacher preparedness and the overall school readiness in terms of implementing the CBE. But also, it has another major role in terms of why consolidating is to strengthen continuity in learning, reducing the dropouts, and supporting holistic development of the learner. Among the areas we want to look into is to establishing a clear pathway that will help our learners make correct choices in the senior school. And I think for the first time we have a very comprehensive guideline for senior school placement and implementation. I will jump all this and move to the current achievements and milestones. One, the ministry developed comprehensive policy frameworks that has helped the implementation of junior schools. Of course, the sessional paper is currently under development, but we still have our previous sessional paper, number 1 of 2019, and we're still riding on the framework. We also have the basic education curriculum framework. We have the National Education Sector Strategic Plan. We have the report of the Presidential Working Party on Education. We have the guidelines for the implementation of junior school. So we are not short of policies and guidelines that operate junior schools. But of course, through the guidelines and the recommendation of the Presidential Working Party, it has proposed a capitation grant of over 50,000 for the junior school program, a dedicated budget line, and over the years, from 2022-2023 to date, the government has released 111 billion for junior school capitation. Of course, you will remember the infrastructural development, especially what we did for grade 9, over 23,000 classrooms constructed, the teacher recruitment that has happened across this sector, the retooling exercise that TSC, together with the agencies, have carried out, the teacher reform that has happened in our teacher education sector, and all these have really harnessed the implementation of the junior school program. But again, where is the way forward? Where are we going? Policy alignment, we will going to review the guideline to make it so current. The teacher deployment, rationalization is an ongoing program. Infrastructure investment, especially on the integrated learning resource centers and the libraries. Of course, parental engagement and enhancing monitoring and evaluation. Thank you very much. I think the rest will be found in the slide.
Thank you very much, DG, the chair of Kepsha. Now, I want to be very, very brief on this. I'm informed reliably that now you have successfully handled grade 1 through grade 9, and therefore I wish to confirm to you that we are ready to receive them in grade 10. In terms of that preparation, we are aware that when we come to competency-based education, let us not lose what it is that Professor Ongondo has told us, that at the end of it all, we require citizens who are engaged, empowered, and more importantly, ethical. You are aware that we have a candidature of 1,130,000 in grade 9. And in preparing to transition them to senior school, about 51% of them have chosen STEM, and 38% want to do social sciences. Arts and sports are about 11%. What therefore we appeal to your team going forward is that in the subsequent cohorts, we expect to see a lot of emphasis on STEM, so that those percentages then go up. It is therefore important that we work on that so that we can support the learners. We will, after the results are out by end of this month or beginning of next month, we have set a team to be able to work on placement. We are aware that each of the grade 9 learners has been able to choose 12 schools. That is 3 schools in cluster 1, 3 schools in cluster 2, 3 schools in cluster 3, and 3 schools in cluster 4. These schools, which are 9,603, have been put in clusters to make it easier for selection. And the selection in this case will be done in terms of STEM, social sciences, and arts and sports, and it will run concurrently. What is critical then out of all this is to remind our heads of institutions in the comprehensive schools to spend more time to guide the learners into what it is that they want to do, because we want to tap into the talent of every learner, and therefore it's important to be able to do that and do it very well. Otherwise, we expect the grade 10 children to report in January to senior school, and we are not worried because we have enough capacity, and we are preparing for that. In terms of that preparation, again, we have released the guidelines for implementation of senior school education. And with regard to fees, I wish to confirm that we have not increased any fees. What we did was we attached a gazette notice of 2015, just as a justification of the fact that we are within the law, to be able to remind you that the fees at that time was 53 for boarding, and it was even 12,000 for capitation. But of course, where we are now is 22,244 for capitation, and the prevailing fees will still stand, as our head of sector has already guided. In terms of prudent use of resources, it is important again, because resources will always not be adequate. Let us be able to use them well. Let us ensure that our schools have land title deeds. Let us ensure that the resources that we have are well taken care of, even in terms of the resources that we have, the funds, in terms of loans, in terms of suppliers, so that we do not have a challenge in what it is that we are doing. Otherwise, we will also continue working with the stakeholders, in fact, to get data and to be able even to work on research to ensure that what we are doing will make our children and our citizens subsequently engaged, empowered, and more important, ethical.
The leadership of Kepsha
our moderator, the DG, and the entire membership of Kepsha. My name is Frederick Haga, and I head the Directorate of Special Needs Education. This is the directorate that coordinates the provision of education services for learners with disabilities and other special needs. And because of that, we work with all the directorates because these learners are found from early childhood all the way up to senior school. I want to talk to you briefly about disability inclusive education. Contrary to what many people believe, learners with disabilities and other special needs are actually found in all schools. So as a head of institution, believe you me, you have these learners in your school. But sometimes you don't know it because while there are those with visible disabilities, the vast majority may not have visible disabilities. They have specific learning disabilities, and those you cannot see. So how do you know? You cannot know by looking. And that's why the ministry has a structure of functional assessment that is right now coordinated by the Kenya Institute of Special Education, where they conduct functional assessment and they are able to advise. And if it is identified that a learner has disability or special need, the solution is not to transfer him or her to a special school. The solution is to engage with the professionals to see how best that learner can be accommodated and specific interventions that would support the learner. What has the ministry done to promote inclusive education in our schools? The ministry provides enhanced capitation, both actually from primary, junior school to senior school, because it is considered and established that educating a child with disability costs more. But for you to access or to be eligible for that, the learner has to be properly registered. And this is one of the big problems that we had even during verification, that many of you have these learners in your schools, but you have not registered them properly. And so when it comes to making the decision for capitation, many learners are excluded because you have not indicated their status as learners with special needs and specifically the type of disability or special need that they have. The ministry also coordinates the training of specialized personnel through KISE. And I know many of you here might have gone through the KISE program. It gives teachers the skills and the competencies that are required to support these children. On the issue of transition, the ministry, working with the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, has provided two basic approaches towards educating these learners. Most of them are able to go through the age-based designs that many of you will be familiar with just some modifications. But there's also another group that even if you are to teach them, they will not be able to do certain things. And so it has been provided that they go through the stage-based curriculum. And the specialists from the assessment centers will be able to guide you on that particular factor. There's only one problem, one challenge that I want to leave you with in the education of children with disabilities, and that is attitude. And that attitude is also influenced by lack of knowledge. So please seek guidance and you will know how to support these children or what you need to do. Thank you.
God is good and all the time. That's his nature. I'm Evelyn Owoko, Head of Quality Assurance and Standards in the Ministry of Education, State Department of Basic Education. 5 minutes is indeed very short, so I might not be able to do my presentation, but allow me to start by saying on behalf of all the quality assurance and standards officers in the country, who are about 676, starting from the sub-county to the county, to the region, and to the headquarters, I want to appreciate all the school leaders who are gathered here for the good quality work that you do. Allow me to ask yourselves to clap for yourselves. In quality assurance and standards, we say that the school leader is the first line quality assurance and standards. And that is why we emphasize the institutional-based quality assurance. We say you're the one who wakes up to that institution, and you're the one who closes that institution. As quality assurance and standards officers, we come at the tail end. We come once in a year, or we come once in 3 years. But you're with that institution every day. So currently, we want to appreciate the support of our leadership in the ministry, that's the CS, the PS, and the DG, and our partners, Zizafri, who is here, Dr. John Mugo, Usawa Agenda, Emmanuel Manyasi. We have each right, Johnston, who might not be here, who have walked with us the journey to develop guidelines on how school leaders can actually implement IBQA. IBQA stands for Institutional-Based Quality Assurance and Standards. And the lead manager in IBQA is the school leader. As you carry out school-based quality assurance and standards, you will equally mirror what we do as the external CASOs, because we have 5 dimensions which we look at when we carry out quality assurance and standards. And the first one is the leadership and the management and community involvement of the school. The second is curriculum management. The third is physical infrastructure. The fourth is learner welfare. And the fifth is parental engagement. Allow me to emphasize 2 areas. The leadership and the management involves you providing strategic leadership in that institution. You guiding the BOM on making the right decisions based on the Basic Education Act. So as a leader, when it comes to use of resources, we urge you to be very, very prudent, because that is where you'll be able to guide the institution to use the resources that they have prudently to ensure that curriculum implementation is effective and learner welfare is secured. Secondly, the issue of learner welfare in our institutions is key. I think I heard Amnesty talk about a safe learning environment for the learner. Kindly ensure that we have a safe learning environment for our children. We are having some accidents in institutions and we are losing lives which we could have saved. Check the physical facilities, and in the event that they are suspicious of being unsafe, kindly call in the public works. Let's keep our school environment safe. Let's keep our learners safe. Teachers, I urge you, let us keep off learners. We are having cases of learners being defiled. Let's keep our children safe in our institutions. So IBQA fosters a culture of continuous improvement through peer learning, through mentorship, and through reflective practice. As I close, I say, let's work together as the internal quality assurance officers and the external quality assurance officers to nurture confident learners in our country. God bless you all. God bless Kenya.
Thank you, our DG and the Chair Kepsha. I'm Simon Morori, standing in for Nelson Sifuna, Director Field Coordination. And in the directorate, we have 2 main sections. That one is field operations and co-curricular activities. Let me briefly talk about the co-curricular activities. I know we are aware about the CB education. It emphasizes on co-curricular activities. because we know that you identify and nurture talents of our runners. And I want to start with thanking the Kepsha because they have supported co-curricular activities all the way from their school, where they prepare their teams. We go to the sub-county, they sit down with the sub-county director, and then they are able to plan, then county, regional, and up to nationals. It's not possible if we didn't have the Kepsha coming in. We have a number of activities that are there. We have the games and sports, that is for primary and the junior schools. We also have the drama festivals. We have the music festivals. And when we go to secondary, we have the science and engineering fair. But I want to report that coming next year, we are starting the science and engineering fair. It was formerly the Science Congress. We are now coming down from just secondary school. It will be there in our junior schools. So coming April, we are going to have competitions. Guidelines are being prepared. They will be released soon. You know which category to participate in. But a team have sat down and they included the head of institutions, primary school teachers, junior, and they came out with the guidelines on how we will carry out that science and engineering fair now for junior school. At first, we will do it with the secondary because that's why it has been. But it's just a transitional period, just for 1 to 2 years. Then we take it fully to our comprehensive schools where they have their own committees. It's just like for junior games. We first of all started with where in secondary, but within 1 year we had your request and we said let us take it back together with the primary. It will happen there also the same when we come to the science and engineering fair. Then the second area is on field coordination or operations. Thus, we coordinate between the field officers and the headquarters in various areas. And in our directorate, one of them is on RAD titling. We know that the former government, they had something on a committee on RAD titling, which expired, but now it's back. And we are encouraging you to make sure that you have documents for your LAD. And in case you have a LAD issue, come to the ministry. We have a legal officer who can support you in issues on RAD. Then we have the county education boards. They are also coordinated there. And in the process, after the county education boards, then they go to the BOMs, which are there in our schools, to provide the guidance, the necessary governance. So we have many issues we can talk about, but thank you very much because of time. God bless you.
Good afternoon. My name is Francis Karanja, Head of ICT Innovation and Integration Center in the Ministry, representing Director Chemis. We know that we have been using NEMIS and the Ministry is transitioning to Kenya Education Management Information System. And if you look at the slide, you can be able to see the rationale. Why are we doing that? We know the key to accurate data. In order for us to have evidence-based decision-making, we need accurate data. And that's why we know we have been having some multiple fragmented data, and that's why Chemis is coming to integrate all the system within the sector. That is, we are able to feed in through various API and cure the challenges that we have been having because of data. If you look at this one is a bit technical, I don't want to go to that, but that's what we aspire to have through Chemis, that we're having various modules that are going to address almost every challenges, starting from data correction to integrating data with assessment and curriculum. If you look at the next slide, you can be able to see that we are trying to just sensitize on the key features. But when it is going to be launched, you'll be able to see the various online data collection platform, automated processing, live dashboards, multi-user access, and even customizable reports. We are also going to look at the use of data. That one I don't want to emphasize because we know all that we need to inform when we are getting accurate data. The chemist governance, we have 3 divisions within the chemist. We have one that is dealing with the data systems, another one dealing with management information system, another one dealing with the digital education and ICT infrastructure. There's various, we have been able to develop, there are various modules that are complete, as you can be able to see, institutional, learner, user management, and of importance, selection and placement module, in order for us to facilitate effective placement of grade 10. If you look at that, we are now going to, when we are going to launch, and I know the ministry is going to communicate effectively on the effective date of transitioning, we are going to capacity build everyone. We are going to train before you use. We are, the ministry, in collaboration with the Kenya Education Management Management Institute, they have developed modules to target all users within chemists. Data visualization, we are going to have various data visualization. I don't want to take much time on that slide. We are also going to have various indicators that are going to inform. And this is very important, that at every level, and this is what I would like the head of institution to know, at your level, you'll be able to view data. I know Aziz Afrik talked about the challenge of not having clear data, that data set, but at your level you're going to have all the lights to be able to work with the data that is accessible within your level. So we are saying we are going to integrate chemists with CBE in order for us to have improved accuracy and productivity, improved reporting, we increase efficiency, and we also increase collaboration. Once the rollout is finalized, I know our senior management are going to communicate to you. Thank you.
Our Director General, Chairman Kepsha, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. My name is Gishoe Degwa, Head of Directorate of Policy Partnerships and East Africa Community Affairs. And we have a very rich topic here, anchoring public-private partnerships in policy to sustain the impact of competence-based education. In our directorate, we coordinate development, review, monitoring and evaluation of policies, and we also coordinate partnerships, including bilateral and multilateral engagements, in addition to cross-cutting issues. When it comes to public-private partnerships, these are collaborative agreements between government entities and private sector partners to finance, build, operate, and maintain projects that serve public interest. And they are critical tools addressing technical and financial deficits. The government is not able to do everything, so they rely a lot on public-private partnerships. And these are anchored on the Act, the Public-Private Partnership Act 2021. Why are these important in basic education? First and foremost, education is central to national development, with the government prioritizing access to equity, quality, and relevance. And this, for government to deliver this, it is a shared responsibility. There is need to work together with the partners, bring about innovation and efficiency, and at the same time ensure sustainability. In the history of this country, the public-private partnerships have been there for long. In fact, in the 60s all the way to the 80s, These were applied in coming up with many schools, which were that time called Harambee schools, but today is what we know as sub-county schools, and they actually contribute more than 70% of schools in this country. In the 2000s and on, the ministry embraced donor-supported reforms. This is where FPE and FDSC was introduced. That's when you had projects like Tusome and Pride, which are very, very instrumental in uplifting literacy. Then currently we have structured PPPs under Vision 2030, Medium-Term Plan 4, National Education Sector Strategic Plan. And these have shifted the focus to the reforms in competence-based education. Across the world, there are major models, major successes in implementation of PPPs in countries like US, India, China, Singapore. These have been applied with great success. And that also applies to several African countries. In the Kenyan context, we have had some successful projects. I've already mentioned a case of Tusome, Pride. We also have KPIL, which is going on, and SEKIP, which has come to an end. But we are having a new program called SEKIP. That is a school, that one includes the equity aspect. So all these are models of successful public-private partnerships. As I come to an end, I want to emphasize that as we implement these partnerships, there is need to ensure sustainability. Once the donor exits, what happens after that? So these are key concerns in terms of PPPs, and also there is need to ensure that there is a balance. In our directorate, we have vetting to ensure that we also have the partners going to different areas of the country and also addressing various needs in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So let's appreciate, please, the presenters. In a big way, kilo claps. 1, 2, 3. Asante sana. So I'll request the directors to maybe take their seats again in the hall. I just wanted to announce also to you that tomorrow will be the official opening. Or you can just wait, hold on please. I'm told there will be some gifts.
A gift of appreciation courtesy of Kepsha.
Okay, just take your seats. Hold on. Just tomorrow, we're having our cabinet secretary coming and the principal secretary. The official opening of the conference this year will be done tomorrow. I just wanted to announce that. Then number 2, just to say that we always hear about our Bill of Rights, Article 53. We are from the State Department of Basic Education, all of us here, the teachers. And I'm sure you are waiting for Odhiambo is going to present about the verification exercise. It's just about to come after this. So please don't go away. Those of you whom I'm seeing are moving out. It's a very important presentation. But just to say that when we talk of right to basic education, it is in 3 dimensions. Dimension number 1, right to access to basic education. 2, right to access to quality basic education. And dimension number 3, right to respect within the learning environment of basic education. We've had presenters talking about the corporal punishment, all that, abuse of children and all that. So it is our school leaders to ensure that our schools are child-friendly. And why basic education? His Excellency, the former President Kibaki, when he took power in 2002, the first thing he did was to make basic education free and compulsory. Do you know the reason as to why he did that? Why did he not make university education or TVET education free? Because basic education makes the human being functional. When you are able to read and write, when you are numerate, when you are literate, you are able to participate in the productive sector of the economy. You are able to do a small retail business. If you are a farmer, you're able to measure your fertilizer. You're able to maybe, if you are a livestock herder, and so on. So basic education makes the human being, functional. And our school leaders here, you are in charge of a critical docket within our country to ensure that our children are able to read and write, be numerate in the basic education level. So we expect a lot from you, and we are counting on you a lot. I was particularly, I got interested in the presentation of Dr. Ngina on issues of gender. And I just want to assure Professor Ngina that we in the basic education have, we have done our best in ensuring that we incorporate gender issues within our curriculum, within our assessment, within our spectrum. Those days in the 1960s, for example, if you look at our textbooks of 1960, you come up with a mathematical question, it is Mr. Kamau who goes to the bank, and Mrs. Kamau carries a basket, maybe goes to the market to carry potato, to buy potatoes and that kind of thing. Our textbooks are no longer like that. Our mathematical questions are no longer like that. It is inclusive. The gender, everything, the portraits we, in our books, in our agenda and all that we have taken care of. So, the other thing is, we wanted also to provide, I was seeing there was a presentation from Kenya Commercial Bank here on the issues of loans. I think you know the policy of the Ministry of Education head teachers on loans. You know that, isn't it? You know the policy. Our public education institutions are funded through the exchequer. The teachers are paid by government. The schools are run through, capitation from government. Textbooks are given by government. So the policy, because I've seen teachers outside there suffering. We have witnessed the director of quality, she stopped short of mentioning that. Their schools, they have signed loans and all that. Their buses, you buy a bus through a loan, the bus again is pulled back and that kind of thing. So the policy of government is that the schools should not take loans. I don't want this needs to come out clearly. We don't want to hear that, the DG was seated here and somebody uses that as as an excuse. Even the Minister of Education officials were seated there and we presented that, so take a loan. No. The policy of government is that no school should take a loan. And you know how government works. Even after retirement, if that school fails to pay that loan, you go retire and a letter will be sent to you through your area chief. You know that, isn't the way government works? All of us as government officials. So no school should take a loan, period. That is the situation. We cannot, our schools are being run using public funds. And that should be very clear. The other thing I wanted to say is no school should pay loans to using capitation. You can't pay loans using government, the capitation grants. That again should be clear. So next year, Dr. Sugut has already presented, we are ready for the placement of grade 9 students to grade 10. We have put all systems in place. There was a time when the students were transiting from grade 6 to grade 7. People were wondering how are they going to transit and all that. We did that. And even now we are ready and prepared. All systems are in place. Grade 10, in January, they will transit smoothly. We are now, in terms of funding, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of teacher preparedness, in terms of textbooks, everything now is in top gear. Professor there will tell you the textbooks have been written and they're only ready, what is remaining is just the distribution. We're working on that. So our senior schools are now ready to receive the grade 10 students. I forgot to introduce our team of education officers who are now seated there. Can you kindly stand up? We have our regional directors. Regional Director Nyanza is there, Karutimi. Regional Director Kiiru of Eastern Region. Regional Director Western Obiero is there with us. And Indumuli of Rift Valley is also with us, the Regional Director. Our County Director, Sub-County Director, Regional Director Coast, the host, Madam Ann Kiilu is also there. We have the officials also from the Ministry of Education headquarters, Ministry of Education officials headquarters. So you can see, we also brought the ministry to the conference. Why don't you appreciate them? Asante sana. Thank you very much. So with that, before we are given the gifts, I will request our acting head of ICT, Mr. Odhiambo, to come forward and present the most important presentation here. The verification, isn't it? Is it the most important? Okay, I don't know why. So our other presentations were not important. Anyway, on a light note, if Odhiambo can come forward, please make that presentation. We're giving him 10 minutes because it's a very critical presentation in preparation for tomorrow's opening. You know, I'm sure the CS and the PS will also comment about the verification access. Asante sana. Come forward, please. So the chairman is saying that presentation cannot be done without an energizer. Bas. Is that true? We need an energizer for that presentation. So I'll request him to finish with the directors and then he can come in after the energizer. Asante sana. Thank you.
Wow. Makofi tafadhali. Aha.
Thank you, our DG. Wapi makofi ya DG? Hayo bado. Nataka sasa tupeana zawadi. I want us to give a special appreciation to this group. DG and his team, Dr. Elias, Director JS, Director Primary, Director Senior School. I'm always in their offices in Nairobi, always. I think they have formed an extension of Nairobi Primary, Nairobi Comprehensive School to Jogoo House. Mukipiga kelele ya JS hakuna, I'm in Dr. Duale's office. Director, hebu tuangalie hii maneno. So they've been helping me. Na wamefanya kazi. Hata kabla mujaja hapa, we have sorted almost over 90% of you. A big clap to them. So can we give the appreciation in style? Sawa sawa. DJ, fanya mambo yako. As we give the appreciation. Please let us all stand.
Tusimame sote, tusimame.
And I want to believe our directors are doing well in CBE. They can also dance.
Kabisa, talent.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda.
Directors tuna.
Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Daima. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Daima. Tujivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka. Daima. Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Daima. Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Daima. Tumekomboa Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, tumebadili mwendo. Daima. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Daima. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Daima. Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote. Daima. Mtu mwenye kutenda haki. Daima. Mtu mwenye kutenda haki. Daima. Wapenzi, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wimbe sote, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya yangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya ni baba yangu, Kenya ni mama yangu, sitaiacha Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Sote Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. cha Kenya, nchi yangu, mimi mwana Kenya daima.
Mwaweza kuketi chini, asanteni sana band.
Thank you very much. So Odhiambo, our acting head of ICT, will now take the floor for 10 minutes. Odhiambo, come forward, please.
As we start, I'd kindly request James Edukit Ekisa. You lost. We have your ID. You left it by the entry gate. Please get it. Over to you. 10 minutes. Go ahead.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, my name is Paul Odhiambo, as introduced. I'm the acting head of ICT Directorate within the State Department for Basic Education. And I'm here on a mission. I'm here to ensure that all schools that have not received their capitation funds are verified and therefore cleared for capitation immediately. And within that scope, we have schools that have submitted data using a wrong format, and we also have those that are deemed not to have captured any data. But then a closer look at the data systems, we have realized that they have actually submitted data, only that they have used wrong identification codes. Slide. Yeah, so as most school heads and the sub-county directors, county directors and regional directors may be aware, we did send some links to the field. And primarily, there were 3 links. The first link was for the head of institutions to help give us the school biodata, the enrollment, and any other thing that is associated with the school, including the GPS coordinates that then can help us to locate schools online. The second link was sent to the sub-county directors to also help us, in their own view, map out the schools within their regions. Of course, the third link is domiciled at the Ministry of Education headquarters, and that is for the ICT Directorate, the PS, the DG, and other line directors. Slide. Okay. Thank you. Yes, so during this, because it's good to understand this so that we don't get it wrong. It's paining to have thousands of schools categorized as not to have submitted data, while in the real sense they did do so, only that they may have done it wrong. So essentially, during the school data verification process, as you can see on my left, there were links from the sub-county director, and I don't know whether this one is working, and another link for the HOI. So the 2 links were online, as you can see, but they were not speaking to each other. Meaning, we needed the schools to give us their own enrollments their way, and also to ask the sub-county directors to give us their corresponding data, and then we marry the 2. So in doing so, that is the sub-county director's list and the HOI's list. We then check the 2 against the school enrollment list, if they are matching. For example, if a school has reported within the platform, but the sub-county director has not enlisted that school, then we don't consider that school. We take it to the next level of investigation. If the sub-county director tells us that XYZ school has 1,000 learners, but the school itself is saying that they have got 2,000, again, that is subject to another interrogation. So if the 2 submissions marry, then we take it to the second stage. We check whether such a school has previously been paid any capitation money. And if it was paid, what were the key identifiers during that time? What was the exact name? St. Peter's Mumias Primary is different from Mumias Primary, if we may go with the naming. So once that has been done and we've confirmed that that school is legit, then we check the bank details that were attached vis-a-vis the bank details that we have within our systems. Then later on, of course, for grade 3 going up, we had to check if the NEC assessment numbers that were given do correspond with the related records on NEMIS, and at the same time check with the NEC and other databases that were there, because we were doing school data verification and a lot of parameters were put into play. So once that has been done, then we enlist that particular school for capitation. Yes, so during the evaluations, of course, we were guided by the unique identifications of schools against the sub-county director's list. Sorry. Yeah. Then we, of course, had to confirm the school enrollment against the sub-county director data aggregates. So the first one is the identification of the school, the UIC, the unique institutional code. The second one has everything to do with the enrollment, and enrollment is about learners. So if these learners are enlisted, what were the unique identifications of those learners? And we check the capitation listing, the bank accounts, etc., the UPI, and then we do the capitation. So far, the institutions that have been cleared for capitation, that is paid based on the enrollment after verification, is about 44,495. Now the list keeps changing daily. Every day, led by our DG, we are publishing lists of schools that have not submitted, because that's our focus. Our main focus for doing this is to ensure that all schools are paid. And we've indeed set up a help desk out there. So any school that has not been paid money is free to visit our help desk. Any school that is categorized as having submitted data in the wrong format, you'll be given the right format, and if possible, please let's ensure that our children out there get their money soonest. So we have schools that were pending payment because of one reason or the other. They had wrong submissions, they had not submitted, but I think the ministry decided to give them 50% of the learners in the previous capitation listing. We also have schools that were below threshold. I don't want to go through the definitions of the threshold, but for primary we had 3,978, junior 1,706, and senior 167. All these schools were paid something, however much they were below threshold, but they were paid based on the enrollment after verifications during the verification exercise. NB. I think there was a general consensus that any school that has got learner enrollment of below 10, that is 0 to 9, I think their matters are still pending. And my bosses will decide. So yes, this is just a rundown of how we've been doing it daily. For example, we have the schools that have not submitted, and therefore they are required to submit, because according to us, they have not submitted. There are also schools that have submitted, yes, but they have sent us pictures. There are schools that have sent us animals, you know. There are schools that have sent us very funny things. But I think we owe that to limited digital skilling, and I think that will be addressed later on. So as of 10th, yes, that was yesterday, primary school had 244 schools that had not submitted. That was by yesterday evening. Junior schools had about 102 that had not submitted. Remember, verification of schools is ongoing. And I think the ministry through the DG has decided to shift verification of schools to Mombasa. So here in Mombasa, there will be a team here in the plenary. There is a help desk down there to assist you. And in another separate venue, we are having verification of schools going on for the next 7 days. So that when we leave this, all schools should be captured. Yes, so for junior, as you can see, that has been done. Interestingly, I think we have cleared with senior schools, save for schools that have so far closed. These are some of the key pointers that we did enumerate during the verification process. One, most schools were not confirming the correctness of the NEMIS unique identification codes. Schools were confusing between XY2. Another school will write YX2. So that was key. And in the context of garbage in, garbage out, we therefore deduced that such a school had actually not submitted data. And in doing so, we generated the list and published the correct identification parameters. Two, I need guidance from, thank you. Yeah, so there are schools, and please note this, there are schools that have resubmitted over 20 times, but they are getting it wrong. I think that's why the ministry has decided to set up a help desk there, so that you are guided right. And it's our hope that we are going to get all the heads of institutions here. So the second pointer was the use of correct school data capture template, and this was earlier provided. Some schools are submitting data via scanned copy. A scanned copy is not a keyed in. If a school has decided to go to a paper, write for us some things and then scan it, no, that is not accepted, and therefore it's a wrong format. Others were submitting but blank template, meaning they did not save their data, and we can't blame them for that. That's why we are here. While the rest submitted incomplete data. So they would write the name of a learner, but they don't give us the unique identifiers. Please do not copy data from NEMIS and paste it in the platform. This platform is for verification. It has got nothing to do with the data that is there in NEMIS. Head teachers, give us the data that you have in school. We realized that several learners had not been captured in NEMIS, and it is only fair that we give them this opportunity so that they are captured, and if the relevant sub-county directors have corroborated that data, we were clearing those learners. I'll be very fast, and we know in doing this, at some point you need some help, so please feel free to communicate to the Directorate of ICT in relevance to the data verification that is going on here, because we're executing a lot, including supporting the ministry to push their ICT in education, ICT infrastructure, and other activities. So for the purposes of this, kindly write your concerns to e.data@education.go.ke. And I'm also aware, the DG did circulate some contacts. There's Erastus Mwaniki, Samabaki, and Brenda. Their numbers have been posted. I don't need to repeat it here. And that...
There's a challenge because there are only 4 numbers. Just have that. It just says Erastus Mwaniki 0714. That's it.
Yes, because out of data privacy.
Okay.
Yes.
That's okay. They can get the details.
The data have been shared in the relevant platform and is not for this.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And that's the end of my presentation.
All right, Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. Many thanks for the presentation. We appreciate. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, it's 12 minutes past 1 p.m. We should be closing in a moment. Let's have FAO, FAO, 3 minutes very quickly. 3 minutes, FAO. And there's a special announcement from the national chairman, special announcement. Something is happening tomorrow in a big way, so you don't want to miss that announcement. Go ahead, 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Before you go for your lunch, I request for only 3 minutes of your time. My name is Otundo Robert Toel from Food and Agriculture Organization. I'm the Monitoring, Evaluation and Learning Specialist. And I'm standing here today as a genuine product of primary education. So just for your information, One of the pathways the Ministry of Education is using to increase enrollment and retention through school meals program is by promoting school gardens to contribute to the nutritious school meals. So to achieve this, ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Food and Agriculture Organization and the CHICA have partnered to be able to conduct an assessment. So the assessment that they are conducting is about to understand what is happening exactly around food production in our primary schools. So I'm standing here before you to just let you know that we are having an assessment, and we are requesting that you can be able to scan the QR code that will take you to the link that will be able to help us gather some information on the current status of kitchen gardening in schools and the status of food production in primary schools. And then for your information, this link and the code will be shared in the WhatsApp groups, so that especially the Kepsha WhatsApp group, for purposes of connecting. You can take the photo of the code and be able to do it later, or you can just scan using your phone, or you go to Chrome or a browser and then click on the photo, the top right corner, and then you are able to scan the code. And then in addition, we shall share this in your WhatsApp groups. And then in the study or in the tool, you will be required to provide an NMS code. The NMS code that we are requesting is for the primary school level, for your information. And then, ladies and gentlemen, I'm requesting that kindly do not miss out on this opportunity, because there is an upcoming program that is aiming to support school-based food production. So we are doing a mapping to understand what is on the ground. Kindly ensure before you go, you have filled the information for us to be able to do a proper planning and be able to do a proper targeting. And then we are also at the NACO NEC booth. Should you need any support, should you need to be able to come over, you are welcome. Thank you so much. And because of data privacy, the data that you will provide will only be used for understanding the situation, and we shall give you a report after this. We intend to finish this by Thursday. We shall be presenting a report. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and enjoy your lunch.
Asante sana.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very quickly, a quick, very important information from the National Chairman. Makofi yake tafadhali anapotupa ujumbe huo. Karibu sana National Chairman. Asante sana.
Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon. Ningeomba kwa heshima na taadhima tutulie kidogo. Hapa tupo kwa mazungumzo muhimu sana. Please, those who are walking out, kindly requesting that you take a seat, because whatever is coming next is very important. And when you look at our program, we are restricting ourselves up to 2 p.m. So if you leave at 1 p.m., you're not doing justice to the conference, because you shall have a lot of time after 2 p.m. We want to finish today's program simply because tomorrow is very tight. You had the DG saying that the CS will be here, the PS will be here, and the TSC will also be here. And if you do not finish today's program, tomorrow it will be a big challenge to us. And we are planning not to exceed 2 p.m. every given day. DG, we want to thank you so much for the presentation, especially on data verification. You have been informed there is a desk at the Ministry of Education. Make sure you visit that desk. There is also another tent that we are working with them as Kepsha, and that one is the CBE Center of Gravity. If you miss to visit that tent, you'll not be doing justice to your learners back in school. Go and see what they have. Ladies and gentlemen, DG and his team is still here. I know the kind of work they are doing, but DG, we kindly request the following, that kindly, through your office, ensure that capitation is released on time. We just kindly request for the timely capitation. I know this term was hard because of verification, but I want to believe going forward, this will be done in good time. Secondly, Bwana DG, we will kindly request through your office to facilitate, after the releasing of the capitation, immediately we will wish to have the circular on the capitation itself, because it becomes a challenge on how to do the expenditure without the circular. Ladies and gentlemen in the House, we also have members of Parliament. Please, wherever they are, can they stand to the crowd? If possible, just come close. We all have our members of Parliament, Mheshimiwa in the House, including Mheshimiwa who is also representing us in Parliament on educational reforms. Mheshimiwa, karibu sana. Just one word, pengine kusalimia. This is the man we are sending, and tomorrow the whole team will be here, led by the chairman of the Education Committee. We are asking them, His Excellency the President gave a notice of 45 days for the Presidential Working Party on Educational Reform Sessional Paper. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa, tunatarajia mazuri kutoka kwenu. Salimia kidogo.
Thank you, Chair. When I came here, I think I was coming to the Kepsha conference. As I sat here, a resolution took place and it became Kepsha. Congratulations on that. And also let me congratulate you as heads of institution for successfully graduating the first grade 9 students. Congratulations, you've done the very best. My name is Clive Ombane Gishairo. I'm the Member of Parliament Kitutu Masaba, and I do sit in the Education Committee in Parliament. Just 2 comments, Chair. One, there is the issue of autonomy. I understand the friction this is bringing, which is completely unnecessary, because we do understand the challenges that you already face. We don't need to create any more challenges. And this is our request, because all these will end up in our committee. We'll stand by you. We cannot have 2 institutions within an institution. I have traveled many countries, and I do understand that a head of institution is a head of institution. Yours is just to play your role, and we beseech our colleagues, our teachers in junior school, that let's look for ways of working together for the betterment of the Kenyan child and not self-interest. The Chair, I'll address myself a bit to the ministry. I've heard, which is rightfully so, we've told the head of institution they cannot take loans. But if they do, I will not blame them. I will blame myself as a legislator who does budgets, and yourself as a ministry for late capitation disbursement. It is our job to ensure they receive capitation at the right time and in their right amounts. That way, they will not have need of taking loans. So while we tell them not to take loans, let us do our part to ensure they also have resources to run those institutions. It's not my day to speak because the chair will be here tomorrow to talk on many other issues. I would like to request you that as Kepsha, now Kepsha, we also as National Assembly will need your support. When it comes to NGCDF, while I was watching KCB do their presentation, one of the head of institution mentioned receiving funds from NGCDF, which most of you have. Over 40% of NGCDF money ends up as infrastructure development for primary schools and junior schools, where you are the heads. Can we hear your voice? Because once that money is gone, you'll only be having one source of getting resources to run your affairs and infrastructure. That is the ministry. With the struggles the ministry usually has, you will have serious challenges. We request you that you support that NGCDF is a fund that supports you, that has ensured your infrastructure has some level of integrity and dignity for both the teacher and the learner. Honorable teachers, I want to thank you for the great work you're doing to the child of Kenya. We will keep supporting you. We will keep voicing for you all your concerns and reach to us. We may not have a booth outside here because we are your representatives down from the grassroots. In this meeting, Honorable Chair, I have 134 institutions in my constituency. So I am a stakeholder in this sitting and will keep fighting for you. Thank you very much and I wish you the very best.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Wapi makofi ya Mheshimiwa jamani? Mheshimiwa ni fire si fire. Ni fire si fire. Kufikia kesho, maneno ya autonomy, rest in peace. Tutawasha mshumaa kesho. Kusindikiza nani? Can we do that exercise tomorrow? Tuweke mshumaa na flowers. Tuambie autonomy. Autonomy. Aya, hiyo tumemaliza. Si ndio? That is a resolution. We want people like Mheshimiwa. And I know the chair tomorrow when he comes for education committee, hakuna langu nyingine. If the head of state has said, hiyo imekwi, it becomes a law. Si alituambia State House, hiyo maneno imeisha. Hizo porojo nyingine huko nje watulie. Mheshimiwa Kibiot from KCB representative, Mheshimiwa salimia watu hapo waonekane. A good friend of mine. Si Mheshimiwa karibu sana. Karibu sana. Ladies and gentlemen, my request to you, tuvumilie in the next half an hour tumalize hii program because our guests are here, our Minister of Education officials are here, our sponsors are here. They've come because of us. Kwa hivyo tuwe na subra, na Waswahili wasema mvumilivu ulambivu. Mvumilivu ulambivu. Vumilieni. Unaona jana mlipovumilia? Where are the sub-county chairmen? Wako hapa ndani? Hello, muko sub-county chairs? Muko salama? Mumejienjoy? Hawa sub-county chair wanajua nazungumza nini. Tuvumilieni na mambo yatakuwa mazuri. Bwana MC,
asante.
Kindly, let's proceed.
Thank you
asante
so much. Makofia, the national chairman. Asante sana, asante sana. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, for 10 minutes, only 10 minutes, we'll be having a panel discussion, improvement of foundational numeracy towards STEM education in Kenya. 10 minutes. Let's have Martin Kungania, focal person for foundational learning. 10 minutes, please. Let's head to the stage very quickly. We've got only 10 minutes. It's already 27 minutes past the hour. We only have 32 minutes. Let's go, let's go. Thank you so much. Nakada, please be on standby. Karibu sana, your 10 minutes begin now.
Thank you very much. Our DG, the Chair Kepsha,
the Member of Parliament present today, significant stakeholders from within and without the education circles. My name is Mututa FG, representing Kepsha, courtesy of our very able chair, Sir Fuad. With us, we have a discussion of experts here on improvement of foundational literacy, numeracy to and STEM education in Kenya, with a prime objective of exploring strategies for improving foundational numeracy in early education as a pathway to enhancing STEM readiness, while fostering alignment between classroom practices, national education policies, and long-term systematic reform. Thank you, my panelists. And in the interest of time, great team, I'll allow them to introduce themselves and delve into a specific question. Therefore, welcome my panelists into this conversation on improving foundational learning with a specific bias to foundational literacy. Kindly, what research, and I'm addressing Zizi Afrique, where you just mention your name and then delve into the subject matter. What research work have you done on foundational numeracy in Kenya, and what does it inform the heads of institution, and more so the ones who are seated here today? Kindly, Zizi Afrique.
Thank you very much, Bwana Chair. My name is Volano Chieng. I'm serving at Zizi Afrique as the Manager Implementation of Programs. But delving into the question as you've rightly put it, yes, at Zizi Afrique, we are focused and very keen interested on foundational learning, where we look at the aspects of numeracy, literacy, and even life skills. And for this specific area, we're focusing on the issue of numeracy. We've done a lot of research focusing on numeracy based on what we're getting as the current state of numeracy, foundational numeracy in the country. The last Kepsha report of 2024 gave us a 5.4% of grade 6 learners who are able to receive an exceeding expectation result. That formed the basis of us delving much on numeracy area. And so we focused on understanding what are some of the challenges that learners face at the foundational level, focusing on grade 2 and 3. In one county, we found that there was a grave concern on learners being able to execute tasks within their grades and their levels, which was a challenge. And we felt like much as we did this intervention in one county, we considered exploring it in other different counties and explored it in 4 other counties that were quite diverse from these other counties. And the results we found were astounding, more or less the same. Learners in this grade have the same challenges on matters to do with foundational learning, being able to address issues to do with facts, concepts, and then for procedures for executing tasks for their grades, which was a challenge for us. And it's at that point that we feel like it's important that we focus on numeracy, linking to what Madam Odundo said, that yes, we need to develop stronger foundations for greater level of output in the higher levels. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zizi Afrique. We are contented with that because we embrace dynamic and transformative leadership as Kepsha. Now, to Semester, kindly, what insight from national assessment and classroom observations do we have on foundational numeracy? Sir.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Oyoga from Semester. Our mandate is training, capacity building of teachers, practicing teachers. So one of the guidelines for our training is research. Most recently, we have done research on foundational numeracy and targeting grade 2 and 3 to identify the errors that learners and teachers make. And we have done that in 17 counties, and we have already documented the error logs. And we have already prepared for interventions, and one of the interventions we have done, of course, piloting in one of the counties. Now we are extending beyond that, and we are saying that learners make mistakes. They have computational mistakes, and then teachers also are struggling to teach. And therefore, we have to go through capacity building. We're already developing training material, and we are encouraging the heads of institutions to do monitoring in the schools and especially follow up with the learners so that the teachers can follow the learners, especially the logs, so that they track how the errors are being minimized. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. For the TTCs that generate the personnel that we deploy in our various classrooms, Madam, kindly, what are some of the professional development models that enhance numeracy instructions in our school and with a specific bias to early year education? Welcome, Madam.
Thank you very much. My name is Joy Mulunda from Thogoto Teachers College, and we prepare teachers to teach across the primary school curriculum from PP1 up to grade 6. Now for the lower, from PP1 up to grade 3, we are the mission of CBC is nurturing every learner's potential. So we want to train a teacher who is committed to nurturing this learner's potential. So what we do, we put them in class and make them behave like the little children that they are going to teach. And we look at the 21st century skills. One of the main pedagogies of CBE is actually inquiry-based learning, and that's why we have the key inquiry question in every lesson. So the teachers must begin with key inquiries, making the learners discover knowledge for themselves rather than giving the knowledge to them. And I know for most mathematics teachers, they find it a problem. How can children discover knowledge? Teachers feel like they want to be the ones who are the source of that knowledge. But we're encouraging our students and saying, you must give the learners an opportunity to discover the knowledge through inquiry, so that the teacher's job and the teacher's responsibility in the class is guiding the learner towards that discovery of knowledge.
Thank you very much, Madam. And with the MOE, Ministry of Education, represented by our very able Bwana Kungania, kindly take us through briefly the policy and curriculum alignment, ensuring coherence between CBE frameworks and foundational numeracy goals. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. And we are here, all of us, and I think in the previous team, which from the ministry, we are laying a lot of emphasis on foundational learning, which is very critical for us. But in our panel this afternoon, we are talking about numeracy. I pick from what the end of Directorate of Secondary Education mentioned in the previous panel. 51% of the learners are transiting from grade 9 to grade 10, having selected STEM as their pathways. And the target for the ministry is 60% continuous improvement. So for all of us in this conference this time, it is very important to relook again at the numeracy at the lower levels, so that we are able to ground our learners into preparation for them into the pathways as they get to grade 10. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bearing in mind that we are short of time, in a nutshell, any of you, what pedagogical leadership would help us improve foundational learning? Name a few of them. Bearing in mind, as Kepsha now, we are the transformative leaders on the ground. Kindly.
Thank you very much again. We have interventions in your schools. First, the most important thing is that we want to request the heads of institutions to institutionalize communities of practice where teachers will link up with each other. It's very important that they work together within the school and with other schools so that they share their experiences through communities of practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Kongania.
Yes, for me, I would encourage our teachers present and even the teachers that are in our schools to be great leaders in our schools. They need to follow up what is going on in the school. And particularly, there needs to be a shift of focus from the higher levels to more focus into the foundational years of our learners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members of the panel. Congratulations on behalf of Kepsha. We now embrace pedagogical leadership. Thank you very much and God bless you. Have a blessed afternoon.
Asante sana. Makofi out tafadhali. We'll have a gift of appreciation courtesy of Kepsha, National Chairman. Karibu sana. Uwape zawadi yao. Thank you. Makofi out tafadhali. They've kept time well done. Nakada, please be on standby. Nakada, 5 minutes. 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Please take the stage. It's 38 minutes past the hour. We need to close by 2 p.m. Nakada, get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready. 5 minutes. All right. Thank you so much indeed. We appreciate. All right. Our speakers, asanteni sana. Nakada is ready to go. Asante sana, asante sana. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Asante sana. There we go. Thank you so much, Bwana Chairman. We appreciate. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Asante. Nakada, 5 minutes. Your time begins right now. Take it away.
Thank you.
Asante sana. All right, your time begins now. Go.
Thank you so much. I will ride on the established protocols. I'm Dr. Yvonne Orlando, Director in charge of programs at Nakada. And because of the 5 minutes, I will just jump direct that our situation is still not very nice. Our children are using drugs as young as 6 years. So we need support from all of us. Our challenge is the emerging drugs. I am still insisting teachers help us. These are not pens, these are drugs. Please, if you see a child with any of these pens or any of these mouth fresheners, they are calling them mouth fresheners, but they are lifts, they are very strong stimulant drugs. We need help. Of course, we know about cannabis, the cakes and the cookies. And last year, I remember I mentioned about the cannabis oil. Your children are applying cannabis as oil. So the misbehavior is because of that. Please, let's support them. We have Mirage juice. If you see this juice in school, please, it is not a herb. It is not medicinal. This is a substance of addiction. Our primary concern is xylazine. Xylazine is a tranquilizer, yani ni ile dawa ya kudunga mnyama alale. Our students are using these drugs. So ukiona mwanafunzi anaanza kubehave kama ng'ombe, tafadhali anahitaji usaidizi. Expelling them is not helping them. Bring them to us. They are becoming more crazy. We have synthetic drugs. Yani kuna bangi synthetic. So if you see, it is very beautiful. You can see iko Scooby-Doo. It is cartoon-like. They are being targeted. Let's work together to protect our children. And the pet that I like the most, and we are all here because of it, is this one. Together with the Ministry of Education, we came up with these school guidelines. The school guidelines are helping us ensure students remain in school. I have some colleagues with me. If you'd like to get this school guideline in soft copy, kindly just sign up with them. We will send this to you. The school guidelines are very clear on incident management. Mtoto hafai kufukuzwa shule, hata ukimpata na bangi kwa mfuko. We have measures. Let's support our children to be in school. The other thing is you cannot support the child alone. We need the parents and the family to support the child. So if you need these guidelines, the other thing, we are rolling out a school-based training for addiction professionals. And we are targeting the teachers, and especially if you're trained in counseling or psychology. Children and adolescents are specialized groups. So not any counselor, not any psychologist is allowed to treat them. Issues of addictions are special. So if you'd like again to be trained, register with the officers. We will ensure you get trained. When you're working with government institutions, we do not charge. If you'd like us to come and talk to your children free of charge, please write to NACADA. We will come. We have offices across the country. Don't suffer alone. We are here to support each other. Asanteni sana.
A gift of appreciation. Atkani call upon the treasurer, national treasurer, Bwana Kennedy tafadhali njoo umpe zawadi. Thank you, NACADA. Thank you so much for keeping time as well. We really appreciate. Many thanks for your excellence. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, Wavumbuzi, 3 minutes. Wavumbuzi, take to the stage. It's your moment. Makofi tafadhali, NACADA. Thank you so much. Very informative, by the way. Very informative. We appreciate, always appreciating your presentation. Wavumbuzi, 3 minutes. Your 3 minutes begin. 3 minutes begin. Now, take it away.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'll write on the established protocols and I'll share with us about Wavumbuzi. It is an honor to Kepsha to present Wavumbuzi in front of our school heads. So I'll start off with a quote. And this is a quote from Alana from one of our schools. And he says, when you are young, everyone tells you to be a doctor or a pilot. It can feel there is no room to dream differently. But Wavumbuzi showed me that being an entrepreneur is also a powerful path. It taught me to be open-minded, to think across sectors, and one day I am in urban farming. The next, I'm solving a tech or sports challenge. That summarizes what we do at Wavumbuzi. So quickly, because of time, I'll just share with us what Wavumbuzi is and how the school heads can also be able to plug in. So Wavumbuzi is an entrepreneurship challenge. It's a 6 weeks online, gamified, practice-based entrepreneurship education initiative that is targeting learners in junior school and also in secondary school. And our goal is just one, to stimulate the entrepreneurship mindset and skills and competencies amongst these learners. Why is it so, or why is Wavumbuzi so important in line with our theme on CBE? It is important because it equips our learners with entrepreneurial skills, enables our learners to also be able to brainstorm across different sectors that are there to be offered. In 2026, thank you to the DG and the team from the ministry, we will be able to reach out to all schools across the country, and we will be taking them through some of the quests. Over the years, this is what we've been able to offer, but in 2026, we will allow our learners to engage around health, AI, robotics, eco-friendly transport, food and beverages, and also waste management. So those are some of the quests that our learners will participate in come next year. So I will leave because of time. This is how the game world looks like. So I'll just scroll past that. These are some of the achievements that we've been able to do. Just staying on the numbers, out of this, over 7,403 teachers are right here from Kenya. And we have over 4,305 schools that have participated, thanks to the able partnership of our partners. So I will leave us with this particular screen. We are situated in our tent right behind here, tent number 70. Feel free to walk in, and we look forward to you, our school heads, partnering with you to be able to reach out to our learners.
Wavumbuzi, thank you so much. Makofi out tafadhali. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to close our final presentation. Let's have our presenter come on board. There we go, there we go.
of the Public Service Superannuation Fund with the distinguished career spanning leadership roles in the pensions and oil and gas training sectors. He brings deep expertise in institutional governance and strategic financial management. Please welcome Dr. Jonah Ayabe.
Makofi yake tafadhali, 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, MC. The leadership of Kepsha, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Gumbo Njoroge, Head of Corporate Communications at the Public Service Superannuation Fund, representing Dr. Jonah Ayabe, the CEO. I'm here to have a conversation with you about pensions, particularly because it affects you. It's your money, it affects your retirement security, and also affects the retirement security of your members back in school. The space of pensions has had legacy issues in Kenya, and to address those legacy issues, the government of Kenya established a contributory pension scheme known as the Public Service Superannuation Fund. Since independence, we have run a non-contributory pension scheme where pension obligations are met out of the exchequer. And so to address that issue, the government established a contributory scheme where your teachers back in school are contributing 7.5% of their basic salary, with the government contributing 15% in respect of each member. So this money goes into a retirement savings account, and every member can monitor their contributions at the comfort of their offices or their homes. So this money goes into a fund, which is what PSSF is. It is invested, and when your teachers retire, they are going to access this money together with the investment income they have earned over the years. So as at present, we have 510,000 members drawn from teachers employed by the Teacher Service Commission, the disciplined service personnel, as well as civil servants. So during inception in 2021, the scheme had 330,000 members, but that number has grown over the years in keeping up with the changing nature of the public sector workforce. So as at today, the value of these contributions that the teachers and civil servants and the discipline service are making, so we are currently at 272 billion shillings that the fund has collected from these teachers. And this money, as I said, is invested, and the members get interest that is allocated to them at the end of every financial year. This year, the members will attend an AGM that will be held on the 28th of November. And during that AGM, the Board of Trustees is obligated, as per the regulations of the Retirement Benefits Authority, to declare return on investments from members' contributions. What are the benefits that this contributory scheme offers to the teachers? One is ease of access, that teachers can easily monitor their retirement contributions at the comfort on their phones by dialing the USSD code, *378#. They can also log into a member portal, which is members.psss.or.ke. And we are saying that to address the legacy issues that pensions has faced over the years, because this money goes into a fund and every member can monitor their contributions, they'll access this money within 30 days of raising a claim. Within 30 days of retirement, teachers can access their retirement benefits. And over the years, they can also update the details of their nominees in terms of beneficiaries, and they can access statements as and when they need them. So just in the interest of time, to rush you through to the last item. So what is PSSF? What is PSSF's promise to teachers? There are three things that PSSF is promising teachers. And number one is growth. Because when your money is received by the pension scheme, it is invested in line with the investment guidelines that are provided by RBA. The scheme is regulated by the Retirement Benefits Authority. And the Board of Trustees is assuring teachers that your contributions will earn you at least 10% returns every year. In this financial year, as the BOT is going to announce during the AGM on the 28th, the return is close to 20%. The other thing that we are assuring you is speed in terms of processing of your claims, because the major issue that we have had in Kenya's public space in terms of administration of retirement benefits is the speed with which members access their money. I was seated next to Mheshimiwa and he was telling me that teachers are facing issues because when they retire, one would go for 6-7 years without accessing their pensions. But with the contributory model, we are assuring you and in line with the regulatory requirements that within 14 days of your retirement, you will access your retirement benefits. And our next milestone is pushing towards you accessing that within 48 hours. And finally, we want to partner with institutions such as Kepsha, now Kepsha, as well as the Ministry of Health, so that we advance or we share this knowledge with teachers. Because retirement doesn't begin the day you retire. Retirement planning begins the day you are employed. Thank you very much. We have a tent out there. You can visit our tent in order to learn more from our colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Makofi Tafadhali. And we do have a gift of appreciation. Bishop Makime, I'd kindly request that you help us give this gift as you also give us the closing prayers. Makofi Tafadhali. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Asante sana. Thank you so much, Bishop. The closing prayers. Remember, tomorrow, 8 a.m. we kick off in good time. It's a loaded program.
So let's be upstanding, ladies and gentlemen. Let's stand for the prayer. Our God and our Father, we thank you this hour of the afternoon. We are in appreciation. The Lord, you have been with us. You've given us new strength every session. We thank you for all the facilitators of the day. Thank you, Lord, even for our dear leaders from the Ministry of Education. Thank you. A lot has been pumped into our hearts, our minds, and also to do with the assignment that you've given us, taking care of our children. We pray that you bless us and guide us. And Lord, bless us even as we part and this afternoon to all our self-directed activities. May you lead your people. We thank you. We bless even the meals that will be taken wherever people are moving up and down. We want to pray for divine protection and care. God, we thank you. We honor you. Today we are celebrating that shifting from Kepsha to Kepsha. And God, we pray that this shall be cemented and made firm to the glory and honor of your name. This is our prayer in Jesus' name. Amen. God bless you.
Thank you so much. All the best. Let's meet tomorrow, 8 a.m. God willing. Asanteni sana.